Yo, what is up, gentlemen? Give me 2 seconds here. How are you guys doing today? Gonna explode into cubes. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Sounds a bit concerning. Yo, Brent. Enjoying his zebra meat, I see. That's pretty awesome to see you working on this stuff today. I enjoyed what you were doing with your Twitch follower thing. That was pretty cool. I'll have to do one with the Time Wizard or something. Trying to make sure I get the notifications up. Okay, sweet. Dude, what are you grinding in GTA 5? Is that like money or something? You going to the casino? Grinding Celeste Summit Golden. I also don't know what Summit Golden is. Alright, we got a compiler project. But we're here. A beautiful Saturday. How's everybody doing? Sounds like we got some grinding in chat, some exploding into cubes. Addo is adding more addos, I imagine. Hard map in golden means it's deathless. Oh, okay, interesting. Well, thank you for the follower. Or, thank you for the cheer. It's not going to be a Human Revolution stream yet, Jacob, I'm sorry to say. Soon. We will be doing it soon. I'm grinding the McDonald's Quarter Pounder. That's amazing, Brent. I'm glad to hear it. I'm glad to hear that you guys get the eccentric kangaroo and zebra burger. Fuck this, man. I know, it's a hard life. Alright, so yesterday we were working on the House of Burden. This is where we're at. I want my bit back. It turned out really good. I like how it works. I spent like another hour adding the door effect. Soon we will clone Cody to optimize his codying. Yeah, could you imagine? Somebody asked me a while ago, puzzled. He was like, do you think you could live with a clone of yourself? And I was like, yeah. And his response was, yeah, this sounds about right. You don't seem too clingy and you seem a little bit autistic, so I think it would work out fine. I'm like, okay, well, I guess I'll take that as a compliment, puzzled. I appreciate it. And then later in his stream, I saw it. He was just sitting there, and I was like, I popped in, and I was like, do you think you could live with a clone of yourself? And he's like, no, I don't think I could. I have too big of a personality. I was like, okay, interesting. Yeah, oof. I just thought it was funny. Would you rather eat your clone or date your clone? Oh, man. Cannibalism sounds terrible, so I would do date all the way, 100%. I don't think I can handle the cannibalism. That would be absolutely terrible. So we spent about an hour doing this, probably about 40 minutes doing the door effect. It looks good. I need to add I think next we're going to add some looming corporate skyscrapers in the background just to show that. And then I think, I have to program a trip and fall for these little unstable ground here, because currently the only thing that kills you is the fire. And for anybody that is here that does not know what the game is, it's jump off the bridge, and the concept is simple. Jump off the bridge. Ignore the oasis and the bog over here. It's a pretty simple game, and we are adding levels. My goal is to release whatever I get done for Christmas. As a chronic procrastinator and perfectionist, there's been a lot of things that I have not completed. And who made this game? That's a good question, Thomas. Sometimes I would say, fortunately me, and other times I would say, unfortunately me. It can't be a bad date, right? I'll take my clone out for a beer and call it a night. That's true. You don't have to commit that hard to your clone, you know? It depends on who you are, if you're clingy or not. But yeah, then obviously the variety gets a little different as time goes on for different levels, so... Good morning, Heather. Dude, I was skimming your broadcast last night. I'm glad you like my comments so much. Did you switch to like Sorcerer class in Path of Exile 2 or something, and then beat the Miller, the Bloated Miller? I was ready and waiting for that monk destruction. I think I might have to go in and get the game and do just to see how hard it is myself. Wait a minute, you have the same name as the developer of the game. It's true. We're actually clones. Yeah, Heather was actually on Tyler's stream. Oh, you did beat him as monk. Okay, I gotta go watch that then. I'll watch that later. No, she was on Tyler's stream, Bronoham, my mod, and then they were hanging out, and so Tyler had her play Path of Exile too, which was really funny. I was kind of trolling him a little bit last night. I would probably do 5 clones. The more the merrier, Addo. What about you? Would you rather live with... What is an anti-clone as well? Oh, the reverse version yourself, as in like a female version? Then I'd do female version all the way. And this isn't some latent Freudian slip of narcissism or anything. I just think that would be much better than living with 5 dudes. I beat him first try as a witch. Yeah, I did see some of the witch gameplay look like it was much easier to do that, so... Alright, we're going to just start getting ready here to work on Burden. Yeah, it was really funny. I'm glad I was able to make Tyler laugh so hard with my Texas speech. I think I would have killed it even more had I had some of them not been delayed. But I was dying. I actually did like yours and Drew's comments, but I was distracted. Yeah, I could tell. You were like stressing. Yeah, you were stressing about it. I think my favorite one was the the Mississippi Wallop thing. I was like, Heather, have you heard of the Mississippi Wallop? That was so good. My own creative writing, I was like, this is pretty good. Yeah, he would read the comment, and then he would wait for the thing to come in, and he's just dying. I'm kind of demotivated on working Find the Addos, too. You know what? Addo, it happens. I think that's just a natural cycle of a project. You're going to have moments where you're motivated for it and moments where you're not. And you said you were gaming, right? So I'd just take the time to game a little bit. Yeah, grinding Celeste, and then come back to it later. Ads, give me a second. Yeah. The ads. I think I can, in my stream manager, determine when ads are going to happen. So what I might do is when I take bathroom breaks, I'll do something like that. Yeah. So otherwise, let's get into it. So we got our door, and we still got that castle thing. Welcome back. Yeah, I just briefly said that I think I can in my stream manager do ads when I'm like going to the bathroom or getting water or something. Just run an ad since it's mandatory. You have to have when you're affiliate advertisements. So, but it's actually kind of interesting. It's almost like now that I think about it, it's like a negative reinforcement loop for people subscribing in a way. Because you know how like mobile games will have like psychologically bad or psychologically manipulative monetization strategies where they just artificially create annoying obstacles that you want to pay to remove just so you can play the game. That's kind of like what it is for Twitch. They're like, oh, we want you to follow and subscribe so that you don't have ads, but we're going to keep playing annoying ads every 10 minutes. Honestly, you look like you would really enjoy being a dungeon master in D&D. In the past, I have a little bit done it, but I have not played like a real game of Dungeons and Dragons. I've gone in the past, I've made like my own games and then done like kind of like loose things. Actually, speaking of that, Addo, there's this guy on YouTube that kind of does something really funny. And I was debating on if I wanted to do it myself. Here. He did something pretty interesting lately. He did here, I'll just give the context. Yeah, relax. Very loud. But basically, the concept's simple. You just get some people in a room, and then you kind of just do like almost like a Dungeons and Dragons thing, where you let them do what they want, but then you have like a bunch of images you draw, and then everything is resolved by like a wheel, essentially, if that makes sense. It's almost like a Dungeons and Dragons thing, but yeah, I think that would be really cool to do. I think it's funny, but he just gets a bunch of his friends in a Discord call, and then does kind of like. He's like a D&D master. Yeah, I heard there's zebra meat. Dude, Brent is eating zebra meat right now. I think it's mixed with kangaroo, though. They got to offload some of it. It's a little too expensive. But I think that might be kind of fun to do at some point. So, anyways. So excited for this level. It looks so cool. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate it. Yeah, it looks really good so far. Especially after the house breaks, I feel much more immersed because it looks like a house I can afford now. Every 30 minutes, the Dungeon Master will randomly change. That's also an interesting idea. The cycling. Good idea, Ada. So we got this guy creating our debt. We got the fire that kills you. These are going to trip, and then we'll work on some skyline stuff. Oh, yeah, it's pretty good, but I don't consider myself a zebra, so it was totally guilt-free. Man, Brent with the callbacks today. For those that don't know, the zebra joke, Jazz was talking about how she had some cultural interest. I don't remember how you described it. It was like she had a worker from an African country of some sort mention that they don't consider eating zebra, or they don't eat zebra meat because they consider it cannibalism. And then I think Brent and the rest of the people were like, wait, well, I don't consider myself a zebra, so that doesn't make sense. And then I was joking about how McDonald's has zebra meat, so, because it has horse meat for sure. I don't believe any of the articles that tell me otherwise. I will continue living in the delusion, I think for sure. Or sorry, I should say the truth. The truth is that there's a ton of horses. All right, we need... Yeah, great bedtime wizard. Dude, actually I need a cope emote now that I think about it. I consider myself as an atom. Does that make me a cannibal? That's a good question. Yeah, I think so. I think that does it makes you a cannibal, Addo. You should get that checked out. Alright. So we got pretty much most of this stuff. Let's duplicate the stand sprite, and we'll make a trip sprite eventually. It'll be next after this. You guys got that amazing Eleha, or maybe it's just Eliha, I don't know, 14 dance emote. The thick emote is what I'm thinking of. I see it and I see thickness in my eyes. And then next we're going to do the backgrounds. That's immediately what I'm going to do. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to do a variation of buildings similar to this one. We're going to start with forms and shapes, and then I'm going to randomize it, I think. It doesn't matter what corporation it is looming in the background behind you, as long as they are. That's all that really matters. I just want to add some simple shapes, and we're going to go from there. Honestly, we can just do some basic stuff, and then we'll refine them. You know, I almost did some twin towers here. I don't know if I want to do that. Gotta get ready for sleepover tonight, so I'll be lurking. I'll be able to be in the streams after the holidays. Okay, Jazz, I'm looking forward to it. Did you end up getting Path of Exile? I am pretty excited to see you, Heather, and Tyler play it together, so hopefully you were able to pick that up. If not, I'm still looking forward to whenever you do. I had so much fun watching Heather do it last night. It was hilarious. She was playing on Tyler's computer. Glorious. Maybe I need something like this. Actually, I want it even, so we're going to copy the side. Oh my god, I miss it. Dude, I will find the timestamp for it where I was like making all these jokes. Tyler was dying, bro. He was absolutely dying. Did you beat it and rub it in Tyler's face? I think she did. I think she did at some point. She absolutely destroyed all of his skill. He couldn't do anything. He was mesmerized by her capacity for playing the game, actually, now that I think about it. I think these are pretty good. Oh, was there an exclamation about what a girl's sleepover is really? No, she didn't answer that. I was asking about that. Yeah, can y'all please harass Tyler into putting those on YouTube? Dude, he might have to. I was thinking of just cutting it and putting it on my YouTube myself because it was hilarious. Yeah, he is uploading VODs onto YouTube, so that should be on there. Yeah, my question yesterday, Jazz, if you have time to answer it, is what is a girl's sleepover really like? Because I know what a boy's sleepover is like, right? It's just the dudes hanging out and playing video games and stuff. And I know what the media depicts sleepovers is like, which is obviously incorrect. But what does a woman's sleepover actually look like? I've never been invited, so unfortunately, I don't have any first-hand experience to draw from with regards to what a girl's sleepover looks like. Oh, no, actually, she did answer that question. Didn't she say she was going to make cookies and then the boyfriend was going to sleep on the couch? Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, so us girls can have the master bedroom. Okay. I celebrated with her when she beat it. Did I miss something? Tyler as Heather put on YouTube. Which is dope, but Monk is true disciplinary focus. I master both. That's true, you master both. Make cookies. That is just the looks of the first level. That could be actually pretty fun. My girlfriend would be very capable of making jump off the bridge cookies. She recently made a Kirby cake. I'll have her post in the Discord later. It was pretty funny. You think I can divulge the actual secret stuff? VODs on YouTube or the TTS? Both, honestly. He needs the VODs on there, and he needs a clip of all my TTS messages. That's what he needs to post on there. Yeah, text-to-speech. Because my text-to-speech was absolutely hilarious last night. And Jade's messages the other day was funny. Cheating on Heather? That's crazy. What? I don't know what that is. Okay, now that we have this here, we're going to start making some shapes. I'll fight you, Tyler. I don't know if you're going to fight her. I doubt it. Frankly, chess boxing. Could be some chess boxing. Could be some chess boxing. I don't know how, if anything, so since these are in the background, we want to do undetailed so they don't obscure necessarily from the action on the front of this. Luckily, the fire is pretty easy to see, and the unstable ground is relatively easy to see, so it's not that big of a tower. Yeah, Twin Towers. Sorry, I read your message as I was talking. No, we're not doing the Twin Towers. That's a level for later. Absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. But, okay. I like the idea of them having these menacing hands. I actually really like this one. I'm going to keep this, and we're going to do some similar ones. They should just look like they're groaning in agony, but also looming threateningly in the distance. So, and as I say, progress over perfectionism. So, these are kind of like jack-o'-lanterns, but buildings. Pumpkin, you made a huge mess. Yeah, I probably wouldn't give a dog pumpkin, I'm going to be honest. Especially not your needy dog lately. Jazz, you suffer greatly, it sounds like. Every time. I thought he'd do the dog thing where he looks everyone up, but he didn't. Make one of them just look flabbergasted. Make one of these skyscrapers look flabbergasted. I might be able to do that. Yeah, I figured you meant everything. I should have just said it. For fuck's sake. Yeah, I need to do a coping emote. Somebody write that down. Actually, I can write it down. Coping. Copium coping emote. That should be one of the free emotes for sure. I can see a lot of people getting use out of that. Coping emote. 'Tis written. 'Tis written. Would you take it? What would I take? Imagine a building is offering you a pizza. Would you take it? Not one of these buildings, bro. I'd be concerned where they got their ingredients. For sure. What? Chaz is crazy. And she's distracted, dude. She can't even get ready for her sleepover. My stream is so engaging to her. And chat. Oh, I forgot. It's okay. I'm here to keep you on track. This is a business-orientated stream. If you're not doing something, you're distracted, okay? There's nothing happening here. Don't worry about me. Maybe I should do like a little, like another one over here. So it's like a shrunken head adorning his shoulder in agony. Actually, it's gotta be like this. Also, chat, I don't suffer greatly. Please understand, I'm happy. That's not what your words say. You can lie to us all you want, but not me. I can see through it. You're disgruntled. Sad face. Okay. Do I like that? I don't know if I like that. Let's go back a few steps. As is life. Step back, look at the bigger picture, contemplate some decisions. Go have a big sit by the water. Better be happy. Mischievous start. Dude, I love that. I absolutely love how well it fits together. I honestly am debating just uploading a red hand one to it. I should probably upload my things to the Twitch, to the 7TV thing as well. I really like the Skinner box emote, and I think people get use out of that, even if they're not in my stream. It's gotta look more menacing. Kind of weird. Okay, we'll do this. Actually, we can add arms too. Let's we can shift this over to here, give room for the other arm. How big did I make these? And they're not that big. Okay. I want the fingers to be more spindly. Like the only thing they could really pick up is money, frankly. That's basically what I'm thinking. Bruno. Oh yeah, do you have one with your emote too? Dude, that looks pretty good as well. That looks amazing. I think if I remembered correctly, you need to have a specific... They don't just let you upload like 4-hour videos to YouTube. Don't you need like some kind of approval or something first? I'm curious. I might just start uploading my VODs as well. Alright, start with the eyes. I just basically want some variation in the background to sort of complete this effect. And then we'll work on the actual function of the level, and then we'll see what we want to do after that. I think the level will be relatively complete once I get the trip animation in there. I think I'll have gone. I don't think so. I got a 3-hour no problem. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Maybe I'm thinking of something in the past that might have been changed by now. It's not like I couldn't just cut it up into sections too. Just take more time. I feel I have an affinity for these sort of faces here since I grew up being the Halloween house with the Halloween parties and stuff. Our basement was always filled with Halloween decorations constantly. Brains in jars and everything. Endless. It was like the holiday never left. Clowns. Lots of clowns. I should probably draw some more clowns. That's a good idea. I like these sort of like bleeding, suffering eye look here. I know theoretically the tear duct is going to be like mainly on this side, so that's if it was bleeding tears, it would be coming down there. But it looks pretty good. Maybe this one should have an overhand. rather than like the why me. It's like I'm coming to get you sort of thing, which is the only thing upright hands could. I actually like the double fingers too. Now I'm thinking about it. Ooh. Blind playthrough of Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. Interesting, Forsen. Okay. Yeah, sometimes GameMaker has this, at least the beta has this glitch where when you switch too quickly, your tool, it'll just drag an entire erase over all of your stuff. I don't know why it does that. But I also haven't investigated enough to determine the frequency of it happening. It's kind of random, it seems. To report it, I mean. Okay, pretty good, pretty good. Got these sort of forceps here. These praying mantis mandibles. Let's bring the wrist in so it looks like it actually suits it, although the thin wrist is a little bit uncanny, which is a vibe. Okay. Yeah, this one should just have a really long eyes. Alright. Pretty good. I don't like this. This look like weird teeth. Looks like buck teeth or something. It's not what we're aiming for. It's not the vibe. That just looks like a baby with a single tooth. I can't win. Gotta be wider. When in doubt, go bigger mouth. Kind of rhymes. Okay. Probably bring that in. Okay. Should I give this one arms? Maybe I should have some without arms. Okay, this one should have just like a wide mouth. I think I can select that. Yeah, okay. Is this your version of drawing addos? It might be, dude. Maybe I just secretly want to draw addos so bad. I'm ready for the addo game, and I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna draw my version of addos. There's just corporate nightmares looming in the background. They are similarly shaped. You're right, Brent. This is psychological now. I didn't realize it, but this entire time I've been showing you my vulnerability in hand. My cards I thought were tucked close to my chest are actually revealed in front of you on the table. Everything I was too afraid to say billows out like smoke. Okay. For some reason, I feel like this guy needs fat arms. I know we're breaking conventions here, but maybe these are the addos. The Addos we needed all along. No, it doesn't look threatening a lot. It doesn't. Kind of just reminds me of that guy from Nightmare Before Christmas, honestly. I think that's what I just made here. Alright, we can't do that. I can't get sued. I can't afford it. We'll do armless. Armless but not harmless. I want you to know that. Armless but not harmless. There's still mental and psychological abuse for sure. Which may be the same thing. You'll have to consult the DMV5 for that. Is that what it's called? I think so. Honestly, I'm pretty content with that. It's a little simple, but we need simplicity for our variation. Let's make him more over here. Kind of looks like he's a little apprehensive about the things he's going to do, but that's fine. Let's make this more static-y looking. Okay. Looks a little sad. That's not what I want. Menacing is what I want. If we bring this down here. If we imply a sort of line here, it'll look angrier. Yeah. Okay. That's his non-existent brow's furrow. Can even do like an extended smile here. Now I'm gonna get sued by Batman, bro. It's so over for me. Next stream is gonna take place in the courtroom, guys. Just letting you know. Me versus Warner, bro. I did it in the heat of passion, Your Honor. That would actually be the ultimate irony to making this level, too. Trying to make scary corporate buildings that loom in the background menacingly. Getting sued by a scary corporate building. The plots just write themselves. Okay. 3 more. Oh, yeah, we can do that. Don't know. I was for some reason thinking of variation, but it seems I'm just drawing face paint from the band Kiss now. Okay, you know what? I kind of like this choppiness to it. Okay. Almost like that too. All right. All right. Just to make sure. Okay. Make sure we're all here. I recovered my motivation, and now I did a tennis gun. That's amazing, Addo. You're quick to bounce back. What recovered your motivation for you? If you don't mind me asking. That does not look capable of grip. Just want to play something instead, I guess. Makes sense. I actually really like the waviness of that. Can I ask about the tennis gun? Yeah, as long as you don't narc on him, Brent. Jeez. Just don't let his parents know. It should be fine. Can't let the government find out that Addo's been building a tennis gun, dude. Okay. A little wispy, but that's fine. Wispy, wistful. I think that's kind of what I was thinking of. That's a word, right? That one we're not going to do arms. Wimbledon hates him. This man is the secret to serving 4 balls per second. And we'll give you a hint. It's not cloning technology. I've never seen a faster serve. Such a straight arc. How does he do it? It does kind of look like that. It does look like the character Venom. But trees? I ain't drawing trees, Brent. I'm drawing buildings. I'm drawing skyscrapers. But yeah, it does honestly look like that. He does actually have quite a variety of things like this. Maybe I should and I think I'll keep what I got so far. Actually, what I might do, yeah, that's a good idea. Brent, you gave me a good idea. Let's put it into practice. In 2 seconds. Let me finish this last skyscraper. And then I kind of like that, yeah. I want it to taper, though. Okay. So what we'll do, to imply this a little bit more, is we'll do some windows. Wait, what is an easy way to get this shape over here? I don't think there is one. I guess I'll have to... Cheap viewers. We need anything but cheap viewers. Quality content here. Let me just do this and then I'll remove them after. I think if I imply some of this, it'll give it more of a building look. Okay, pretty good. Let's get rid of those. Alright. And then let's do some other ones. Can obviously vary the size and shape of them. Similarly. Gotta do some maybe like that. And does this have, yep, a 2, okay. I'll do this. Can even do it up here too. Like that. What does that look like? I'm kind of liking it. It's a little strange, but it adds a little bit of extra detail to it, so I'm fine with it. This one might be hard. He's kind of chunky. I'll do tiny windows. Just somewhere on the side. I do one from the bottom? Yeah, I did. Okay. Just put them where they fit. Wait, if this was here, this one would be here. Okay. I don't quite see how this idea came from Venom. It came from you saying trees instead of buildings. Because you were like, these trees remind me of Venom. And I was like, oh, what can I do to make them look more like buildings? And so I was like, oh, I'll add more windows to make them look like skyscrapers. So that's kind of how I was thinking it. Yeah. I'm having an issue with layering. I believe in you, Ada. You got this. I like the idea of you just sitting there, Brent, and being like, is this guy like on drugs or something? I don't get how he got squares out of Venom. What is his brain doing, dude? It's like backflipping or some shit. It makes no sense. Guy's a nut job. Pulls all this stuff out of his ass. I don't understand what's happening. Yeah, I think it must be because of the arms. My brain have related them to tree ants or something. Yeah, that makes sense. I actually get that completely. I mean, I'm pretty sure in Australia you guys just have like really threatening trees and stuff, so that also makes sense too. Maybe it just look like the trees that you see every day when you go outside. The ones that threaten your life with impunity. That was a joke, but I do know that there are trees that actually... isn't there like a tree in Australia that makes you want to commit suicide if you touch it or something? I swear that's a thing. I read about it online. It has to be true. Can't forget about the drop bears either. That's also a big problem. I don't know if I like these ones. Let's keep these. I've never heard about a tree that makes you want to kill yourself. But with all the messed up shit we have here, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. Yeah, I think I was, I can't remember, honestly, but I'm sure you could ask somebody. There's always somebody that knows something, right? I feel I need some kind of... Maybe these are too tall. It just looks like a weird hat, and I don't like it. Maybe what we'll do is we'll break the border. That's not what I wanted, buddy. Huh. Interesting. This is very unique. Why is it when I copy this? Okay. But when I copy just a square... Okay, what the fuck was that? Okay, I guess we had some kind of glitch or something. I don't think I've ever had that happen. Is that bigger? Okay. That was fast. Actually, if we put it down by his cheeks, he's gonna look like he's blushing, and that'll be weird looking. I don't want my corporate overlords to blush. Found the plant you're referring to. Great, something else in the country I need to be careful about when leaving the city. I'm glad it actually exists. I thought it was... I was like trying to remember in my head. I'm like, I'm pretty sure this does exist. Australia's got some weird stuff. You guys live in a crazy place. If you don't already have it, you should have the Australia tag in your stream thing so people can look that up. I think people would generally be interested in asking you questions about Australia and your unique survival skills you need to employ to survive there. Admittedly being facetious, I know, but I couldn't resist the joke. For some reason, I thought you were talking about the cursed tree or something, but it's a sting from a shrub. That's even better. It's just a fucking shrub. Just a little shrub on the ground. Like, oh man, I could put this in front of my house. Touches shrub. I'm feeling kind of different lately. This detracts a little bit from that, but I don't mind that. Great way to keep unwanted guests from knocking on your door. Yeah, that's true. Actually, to be frank, any shrub you put in front of your door is probably going to keep unwanted guests from knocking on your door. Because the most immediate question is going to be, why is there a shrub in front of your door? They have to try to step over it. Yeah, good point. Probably. Yeah, that's actually a great idea now that I think about it. If people did their gardening just a little bit different, they would never have another unwanted guest in their house. Or near it, for that matter. Make something that shakes a shrub near your door based on motion detection. That's also a good idea, Drew. How are you doing today? You got work again? Yeah, the idea of just a shrub shaking when you get near, that would be ominous. That would be enough to make somebody run away for sure. Depending on their religiosity, I would imagine. Some might see it as some sort of synchronicity, some message from God, with the shrubs and all. Especially if it was a burning shrub. Just woke up and made food. Amazing. Glad to hear it. I actually like this one. We're going to add that one. I'll just adjust the mouth accordingly because I'm trying to keep a 1 pixel border around this mouth. Can do that. Okay. Earlier today, my wife showed me Indiana Jones on Xbox. It starts off with Raiders of the Lost Ark, into where he goes into a cave with all the traps he had to avoid so he doesn't die. In Australia, that would just be someone in someone's backyard. That's a good one, Brent. That's great. Yeah, basically, you got to worry about drop bears, bushes that stab you and make you want to commit Sudoku, and then anything else, the hunter spiders and everything. How you doing, Fuzzy? How's your day going? How was your party last night, right? I think it was a company party. Did you win anything? Did you win the Xbox? I was rooting for you, man. Hopefully you did. But if not, there's always next time. And did you tell them about your game dev release? I swear, if you aren't repping your game at your company work parties, I'm going to have to show up myself. Want a grill? Gave it to Jessica. She wanted a grill. That's crazy. That's awesome. Redback spiders and weird snakes. Interesting. Redback spiders. I don't think I've ever heard of the redback spider. I mean, we actually have black widows in Michigan. I did not know about that until I saw one myself and took pictures of it. Yeah, that's awesome. I guess good for Jess. You gave it to Jess. That's cool. Did you tell them you're a professional game dev and if it picks up any more steam, you're dropping them, so they better be nice to you? Black widows are serious. Yeah, they're serious. They actually cause a decent amount of deaths, but it's only primarily because they sting you in the balls because they're in outhouses. But otherwise, if you get a sting from a black widow, it's generally not going to harm. It shouldn't kill you outright. It's just because the balls are so close to all the rest of the veins and stuff that you have a higher chance of dying. So make sure you check whatever toilet seat you sit on if you're in an area with black widows and you're camping or something. Little helmet. Yeah, that's true. Just a little helmet. I wish I could say that. You telling me you can't say that? You can't go up to him and be like, you guys better be nice to me. I might leave my job soon. A professional lumper. I made a banger game. You could tell him that you were one of the OG Muppet streamers and you're going to carry out a character assassination against them. With the Muppet, obviously. Tell them you made 69 sales so so they know you're serious. That's great. Specifically 69. That's important. They already know too much about me. Oh no. What does that mean? Would you say the same about us? Do we know too much about you? I wish to know. I actually don't like this weird teeth mouth thing here. Yes, you know too much about me too. Oh no. We know too much. Alright, I like all of this. This looks pretty good. If we want to add just some other minor details, most skyscrapers and stuff kind of have like these little like air conditioning units and shit on top. So we're going to do that. Just kind of like some general extra vibes. How many of these buildings are going to fit on the screen? See, I'm not going to put all of them in there. They're just going to be random. So I'll have the objects in the background. I'll scale them to different sizes. And then we'll just do it that way. Just for a little bit of variation. You probably won't see them all at once. Shouldn't be too overwhelming. So what did Fuzzy say? They always say, haha, you made a pony music video, or haha, you made a Femboy game. Well, that is disappointing. We support you here, Fuzzy. I think it's important that you even endeavored to make a game in the first place, let alone a pony video. Yeah, no problem, dude. Takes a lot of work to make an animation. I don't care what it is or what it looks like. Actually, I don't like this thing here. And I think generally when you're trying to express yourself, it takes an amount of vulnerability anyway. So people that are averse to vulnerability are obviously, I would imagine in some sense, projecting an insecurity. You cannot make without putting a part of yourself into it. Okay, I sort of like this. Actually, I want this more off center. Yeah, let's see that. Okay, we're going to just do some other simple sort of vague shapes on the top. We can also do some kind of satellite dish thing too. Those might look a little weirder. Maybe we'll do something like that. Just to look like, because they have like these vents kind of that have like a, I don't really know what to call them. They just look like this. They vent everything. They look like a vent, for lack of better words. We can also do some kind of shading too if we do it like that. Just a little bit. Maybe I'll do another vent here. I like the look of them. Okay. Maybe we'll do this. So do some kind of connection. Yeah. Looks weird. There we go. Okay. Just to add a little bit more variation at the top. We can actually do something kind of... do we want to do that? I don't know. I guess why not? It doesn't matter. Do a little lip there. Okay. Add some... Actually, we should be adding... I don't know what you would even call this. We're essentially altering the parapet of the... I think that's what it's called. Maybe I have the wrong word. Define parapet. A low protective wall along the edge of a roof building, or kind of. Is balustrade what I'm thinking of? Balustrade. A railing supported by balusters. No, that's wrong. Okay. I'll have to look back at my archaeology books. Or architecture books. That's what I meant. I don't quite know what I'm thinking of. I was going to actually suggest that, but I had no idea how I would do that in a text message. Yeah, there's a word for it. It's like the lips on the edge of the buildings. Obviously, the parapet would be like this thing here. Like the wall. But you wouldn't necessarily see that because it's pretty far away. But I could adjust just slightly to add a little bit of variation. It's like the overhanging aspects of it. I don't know. It's fine. We'll adjust some of them. We can work on the shape of the building now that we kind of got the look. Down. Okay. So yeah, let's add some different types of things here. Maybe this one could just be simple. Like that. Looks a little weird. I don't know if I like that. Looks like he's wearing earmuffs. Most of the forms are going to generally just be... Yeah, maybe I'll leave this one square. We'll do it for some of them. Because the further you get out from a building, the more it's going to look just like a simple shape. That's good. I like that one. Maybe we'll do a curved one. Like this. Okay, good. That can be square. This one's kind of thin. Maybe we should do something here. I don't know what the hell I was thinking with that. Okay, let's do that. Not bad. Should do something similar. I kind of like this one for this too. They're going to be random, so it's not necessarily a big deal if they're similar. Okay, we got some variation. I feel like this one also needs something. Let's X. Let's just flip it. Got it. Okay. Sweet. They look menacing. They look like buildings. This one doesn't look menacing to me for some reason still. Laundry time. Awesome. Sounds good, Fuzzy. Productive stream away. Sorry, I'm getting a little lost in this because it's laundry day. Angry face. Yeah, later. Now, have a good day, Fuzzy. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. Good luck on whatever you're working on. And don't let the haters get you down, buddy. Okay. So, I feel like this also... Okay. These look menacing. Let's work with it. So what do we have here? I think actually the corporate buildings are all in the top left. Yeah. A little strange. Maybe we should remove that. It's not really going to make much of a difference, frankly. I don't think it will anyways. Alright, let's adjust some of these here. I actually don't need them probably to be different sizes. Let's just get the default. Oh, we don't want that. What are these? Bridge. Bridge is the layer we have them on. Let's see how big they are. Did I open the... Did not. Burden. Okay. Let's see how big the corporate... Oh, they're really tiny. No, we gotta do bigger. Okay, we actually have to scale them up. That's fine. I did not realize they were that small. Okay, let's turn off the house. It's in the way. Alright, so for bridge, we're gonna do a handful of them. We're gonna have to do some overlap. They will invariably overlap by nature of just being here. But let's do some big ones. I could also make the image X scale random too, now that I think about it. Why don't I just do that? That might be more interesting. What is the biggest we can make this one without it sort of... What is this? 1.5. Interesting. Okay, so... Yeah, let's just do that. So let's go back to normal. Okay. Let's see what random looks like. We'll see how random does. We're going to do image speed equals 0. Image Index is going to equal random frame number -1. And then we want to do a random image scale. So image x scale. Well, actually, is this where the origin matters? Because it's going to scale from the origin. So we actually probably should have this in the middle center bottom. Because I want, middle center bottom. We're going to adjust all these now. Yeah. Because when it scales, I want it to scale kind of like out, sort of thing. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Brent. I was thinking that. We're going to do random range. Probably from like 1. Well, 1 might be too small. Maybe I'll do 1 to 1.75. We'll see how that looks. We can always test it and come back. Well, boom. And then we're going to run it. Whoop. I actually don't like to close it with that window because I've had GameMaker freeze when I confirm I want it to close GameMaker. So I always hit the stop button. That has never failed me. But that dialog box has failed me at least one time, and I will never forgive it. I am spiteful. It's like my secret defense mechanism for losing a couple minutes of work in the past, I think. Never again will I trust that dialog box. It can prompt me as much as it wants. And then once we have that, we can do the trip animation if I like how the corporations look. And then once we do the trip animation, we'll test the level and see if it's fun. If it's not, then we'll have to adjust it until the fun meter is rightfully fulfilled. Ooh, it does look kind of menacing. I don't like the overlap. I might need to remove a few. I kind of like it. It's weird. It's hard to make out the faces. I'm going to try a little bit less. I like that the buildings are there. I like that it looks like a skyline, but you can't see the faces. That's my only qualm with it. And so let's take a couple of these. Let's move them over. I think we can extend this a little bit. I'm fine with the cluster. Maybe I'll paste one and we'll do it like off screen or something. I feel like I'm gonna have too many of these. They're all evenly spaced. That's a problem. Let's get rid of a couple randomly, and then let's shift them. I too much want the perfection of them being right. Maybe this like here. Let's try that. Might still be too close. Tennis is working. That's awesome, Addo. Congratulations. It's exciting. I was going to ask if you posted it. Let's take a look. Ooh. Whoop. Turn on the music in case it's too loud. Bro, you did a great job. Look at that. This guy does all this shit in Scratch. It's amazing. Dude, that's awesome. If you wanted to make the effect a little crazier too, you could do a swinging paddle whenever you click. Yeah, I want to see what the drag and drop code looks like for it. Can you paste it? Because I know how I would do it in GameMaker. It's pretty simple, but in Scratch, I don't know what this would even look like. You're essentially just applying gravity to the ball. It's basically like what I'm doing, but to give the 3D effect, you're just increasing the scale of the image. And then whenever you click on it, you're making it fade out and go smaller, but also gain speed, it looks like. That's interesting. Yeah, that is awesome, dude. Great effect. It looks sweet. Well done. Is this thing a separate object too? Just curious. I would probably make it like shake or something every time it shoots. That's great though. Oh, the weird ratio is fine, dude. It looks awesome. I cannot wait to collect these Addas. He's gonna make us have to click a really fast tennis ball Addo. It'll be a secret one. And just shoot super quick and you gotta get ready for it. The only way you'll be able to see it is the ball's descending down into the chamber for when it's gonna shoot. The code, there it is. I was waiting for it. Oh, interesting. I see. Okay, so we adjust the height and the speed. When clicked, got it. That's really neat, dude. Bizarre. Okay, changes the angle and the height. You're pretty good at this, man. Honestly, you probably convert a lot of this to Game Maker drag and drop too, but it's amazing you're so... I guess after 2400 project, I would be surprised if I saw anything else, frankly. Dude, that's great. I actually love how colorful it looks too. Good job, Addo. Bravo, keep up the great work. We might have no competition. It's kind of spaghetti, but it works. Yeah, I can see how it would be a little bit spaghetti. But it does work. That's glorious, bro. Good work. Good work, dude. We probably can remove a few more. Our skyline's looking pretty skyline-y. I'm gonna make arrows that explain what each part does, because why not? If you feel like it, do it. Oh, I forgot I made the house invisible, but... why not? Actually, I think it's best if I duck out and try to sleep and prepare for work on Monday. It's only 3 a.m., so I'm getting a good head start over the rest of the week. Yeah, no problem, Brent. Honestly, I appreciate you even showing up at all. I know you're worried about your work Monday, so you might as well go to sleep. You got your zebra meat in, so boom, do it. I'll be streaming some days later, some days earlier, so I'll catch you when I catch you. And then I will try to plan some time soon to play the game with some friends. So even if I just get one over, we'll give it a shot, and I'll stream it so you can watch the VOD. I'll message you in case I'm doing it. But anyways, yeah, thank you for coming out. Thank you for streaming. I enjoyed watching you a little bit this morning. And good luck with your game. And have a good day. Get some good sleep. Solve your coding problems in bed. Do whatever. It's been a blast. Okay, I think I actually might randomly shift the X and Y. I think that's what I'm going to do. X equals X start. Random range. Too good. Hopefully I catch you again soon. Hey, nice. Hope you enjoy playing it. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Awesome, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you'll catch me again soon, man. Don't worry about it. I'll be doing this pretty much every day, so... and then we'll debate what I want to do after Christmas, from that point on. But, yeah, I'm excited to give it a shot, dude. Looks good, so... should be exciting. But yeah, seriously, good luck on the sleep. And hopefully that isn't too difficult for you. And if it is, just lay down and imagine you're relaxing every muscle from feet to head. That usually helps me pretty easily fall asleep. Oop. Yeah, no problem. That's how Marines fall asleep in 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, wait, I'm changing the Y. What am I doing? I'm just so used to, once I type X, I'm like, okay, we can send it. We can send the Y there. Okay, the code has been optimized. That's good, Edo. Did you post it, I'm assuming? Okay, no. Optimize code. Oh, yeah. this. It looks strange, but I kind of like it. It's just a little optimization, just a little unspaghettified it a little. Gotcha. I think I'm going to leave random buildings for now. I might fix that or adjust it later, but for now, I'm pretty content with it. Okay. Progress over perfection. Okay, the building are colliding with each other. Yeah, they're colliding a little bit, but I'm fine with the overlap. Because it makes it more visually distinct. So, and it doesn't matter what the skyline necessarily looks like. Okay. Maybe some of them should be further away. I could make the, yeah, maybe. It's a good question. Further away. I'll leave them as is for now. Yeah, they're lighter. That's kind of what I thought you were saying. Not a bad idea. I mean, it's only a couple lines of code. Yeah, let's try it. Let's try your suggestion. Problem is they're going to have to be transparent. Okay, let's give it a shot. We'll, first thing we need to do. Good suggestion. Let's try it. If we don't like it, we can change it. So first thing we got to do is we got to store the color of what this is. So we'll call this light blue equals create color. There's like a way to create color. I think it's like HSV or something. Yeah, make color. Hue set. Oh, maybe there's another make color. Yeah, RGB. Here it is. So every color we want in GameMaker. I honestly, frankly, to be frank, I wish GameMaker would just make a function that let you put the hex code of a color in. That would actually be a lot easier. I don't know if that's a function I could program myself, because I'm not sure how. You can read a hex code thing in the first place? I actually don't know. But I hate having to type 3 numbers instead of just copy and pasting the thing. So we have 123, 170, 178. 123, 170, 178, I think is what it was. Okay. So then let's get a darker version of this as well. Let's see. Does this look darker? Like that. Yeah, I don't know how it's going to look. Because the problem is things don't actually get darker as things get further away. They actually just blend more into the backgrounds. They become more blue. So if we wanted to make this, I mean, in games it doesn't necessarily matter, but I don't know. Is that too dark in comparison to that? It might be. Maybe it should get lighter, even. No, it's too light. Let's grab this color again. Maybe we'll just do like 65, something subtle, and we'll see how that looks. Yeah, just slightly darker. I think there's a tint happening on this layer. Is there not? No. Okay. Alright. Maybe I will do darker. Maybe too dark, but we'll see. We'll give it a shot. So this is 76, 120, 127. 76, 120, 177. Is that what I said? 127. Dark blue. Okay. And so now, in order to actually utilize the colors properly, we have to make this white, because we're going to use color blend to blend our color into this. So it cannot have a pre-existing color, or else we will not get the color that we're looking for. So there's our white now. Should be white accordingly. Yep. Close that. Okay. So then now what we're going to do is we're going to do image blend equals choose, and we'll do light blue and then dark blue, so they can choose that randomly. And then what we're going to do is we're going to make them if light blue, or if image blend equals light blue, we're going to adjust the transparency of it, because I think we want the ones in front to be transparent. I think that'll make the effect work. So then image alpha equals, let's do like 0.75 and see what that looks like. We'll see what your suggestion looks like, Addo. We'll give it a shot. No harm in giving it a shot. Okay. Not bad. Not bad, but frankly, the dark buildings just need to be similarly faded, frankly. Maybe what we need to do is a random fade and see what that looks like. Honestly, I want 0.5 to 0.75 because I like the 0.75 fade. And then let's give that a shot. We can also lighten up the dark if it's too dark. And see how I feel about that. Because as we make them more and more transparent, the color will also fade out as well. So that's worth considering. That's pretty good, honestly. Some of them are much better randomizations than others, but it looks overall pretty good. It's got that city vibe. Honestly, like it. I'm pretty content with it. Yeah, good suggestion, Addo. That looks pretty good. Is the... Actually, sorry. Oh, this is random too. That's not what we want. This should equal the image X scale. I was like, why are they stretching? That's really strange. They should be equal. Because I already kind of have how I want them to look. I'm just modifying it. So the stretch is strange. Especially a horizontal stretch. Oh yeah, much better. Okay. No weird stretching. Good. Okay. Looks pretty good. Alright. I think the darkness takes away a little bit from the thing though. So let's how do we want to do this? Hey hello Neum33. How are you today? How is your day going? Let's see. Are these spoilers? A little bit. It's a little bit of spoilers, to be frank. Are you okay with them being spoilers? I think I need to lighten that dark up because it's a little drawing away from my... Oh, thank goodness I have this color still as well. Okay. I think what I'm going to do is just that. So it's going to be 91, 144, 153. 144, 153. 91, 154. Whoops. 154, 143. Okay, then we're going to run it and we're going to see how that looks. Okay. I'll attempt to just listen, but your face will make that impossible. You're really good at this flattering thing, Bruno. You're really good. I'm good. What is my game about? Okay, so are you... here, I'll show you in a second, as soon as we compile it. Do you want the symbolic meaning, or are you just looking for the actual gameplay? So for the actual game, it's pretty simple. It's called Jump Off the Bridge. It's on Steam. I released it in 2019, and I've been working on an update for like the last 2 years now. Oh, both. Okay. Got somebody here looking for it all. Okay, so you can ignore this top thing, but the game's pretty simple. The basic goal is to just jump off the bridge, and then each level gets progressively like more and more difficult as time goes on, and I add in a lot more variation. So here's where some of the obstacles start to get more difficult. You have to get on the buffalo. Here's one where I add... It's pretty simple to start out, basically. But the game quickly becomes more complex. So I have like fetch quest, where this lady won't let you pass the bridge unless you go get her dog. And so there's some breaking of form here, where you have to go and collect the actual dog and bring it back to her. And some levels are a little zanier. So here's like a MC Escher level I made, based off of, I think it's called Labyrinth. I might be wrong, but it's the stair painting, where you have to figure out which way to get to actually jump off the bridge. And then eventually, one of the big gates for most people is they'll get to a dragon, which is the first boss of the game. So you'll have to kill it by picking up these spears. Sort of thing. Don't worry, we're getting there. You think I'm creative now? We'll go through it. I did an ASCII level where you play as a ASCII, and you have to go through each of the levels. And there's like a bunch of jokes here, but I'm just skipping through them to actually get to the actual level. So I did a room where you have to open switches and go through each of them and try to jump. It's actually a platformer, even though it doesn't look like it, so I can't just immediately go up there. I have to jump. So that one's pretty creative. If anything, I pride myself on my creativity, frankly, as far as doing stuff. I wanted something very creative. But I have like a scooter level. He's also a boss fight as well. Probably one of my favorite conceptually designed levels. You added a level where something get out of the water, like a kraken. Yeah, I have things like that. And I have a whale level planned as well. I think one of my favorite design levels is this one, because it requires you to outpace the beavers. So what will happen is the beavers are going to drop logs, and then they'll pick them up and bring them down here to build the bridge that'll block, or the dam essentially, to block the water. And so if you just jump over here, you'll die by their beaver hut. And so what you have to do is you have to outpace them by cutting down the tree yourself, and then grabbing the wood and giving it to this guy to actually build a bridge that helps you. Obviously, they can drop logs on you in the same way you can drop logs on them. So it's like a race. Probably one of my favorite design levels. I have a bunch of other zany and interesting things too. Here's the bee level. So the queen is constantly placing eggs. The nurses have the eggs. It sort of operates like a beehive. And you have to kill the eggs to get stingers in order to actually shoot the queen and deal damage and kill her. And you can throw them, obviously. So it's pretty interesting. We released the game for download. It's on Steam right now, so you can buy it on Steam. I think it's $8 right now for Steam, and I'll probably run a sale soon again. But I've been working on my update for like 2.5 years now, so some of the stuff you won't see. Oh, there's a bug there, but some of the stuff you won't see until the update, which I'll be dropping on Christmas. Like for example, the menu system and everything is all new, which is something I've been programming over a while. Let's see if I can open up my Steam to show you what the version looks like on Steam. How much it costs? I think it's $8, but it depends on your region. If you're... Depends on the region where you get it. But this is what it looks like right now. Just this. And then it has up to like the snake level. And I've been adding other levels that I'm going to release shortly. And yeah, the link, if you scroll down my page, it's in the about. I think it's down there somewhere. If not, you can just look up Jump Off the Bridge. It should come up. But yeah, so, and then currently I'm working on a bunch of new levels. So obviously I have an interesting Cubert level. I don't know what I'm going to fully get done in the next 11 days, but I have about 11 or 12 levels so to release. And then obviously the new menus and things like that. And I have some of those I need to test a little bit more because I like this one, but it needs to be a little easier. So to complete, it's a little difficult. The timing, I should say, is a little difficult. So there's that. And then I'm also working on a level editor for the game as well, so that people will be able to make their own levels. But right now it's just basic bare bones function. Have money. I really like the game. Thank you. I really appreciate it, Neom. Like I said, I'll probably put it on sale a little bit later. I think I'm going to up the price to $10, but obviously depending on your region that'll change. Since I'm going to work on the level editor more, so people can make their own levels and then upload them to Steam Workshop. But that'll be a while now. I'm just going to have the basic level editor in there, and you can save out as a text file for now and load in sort of thing. But I do have it in there. I got some basic functions like selecting, moving stuff, deleting things, etc. So we're getting there. Progress over perfection, I think, is basically what I'm aiming for. But right now we're working on the burden of living. And we're going to do a trip animation next. Brazilian, so it's like 5 times the price for me, but for the quality game's worth it. Is it really 5 times the price? I'll have to look at that. Because Steam adjusts the price based on region. I know the Argentinian version is like lower or something. I'll have to look at that. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for letting me know. I don't know what the conversion rate for currencies is or whatever. Is it because of... Doesn't Brazil have something with like taxed exports or something? I can look into that. Because I remember reading something about how like PlayStations in Brazil were significantly more money or something like that. I don't remember why, but I know the price does change according to country and region. 5 times the price. Interesting. Yeah, if you join the Discord as well for any reason, I can also let you know when a sale comes on or something too. But I appreciate your comments. So, $1 is 6 Brazilian coin. Interesting. And I'm assuming the 6, I don't know how to pronounce that word, reais or something? Is the 6 reais like essentially $6 for you then, basically? That's crazy. I'll keep that in mind. I'll have to look at the, I don't know if I can adjust specifically per region, but okay, interesting. Yeah, that does sound expensive. Yeah, that's really weird to think about. So, my game being $8, that's wild. Okay, yeah, I'll have to look at that, see if I can change it. But thank you, I do appreciate it. Yeah, I've been working on it for a long time. Like I said, I released it in 2019, and I'm finally cranking out some of these levels that have been evading me for a while now. So, oh, it's worth it. Okay, well, thank you, I appreciate it. I can also let you know if it goes on sale, if it makes it more affordable for you. I'd rather more people play it. I also probably will try to do a demo after Christmas, but I'm not sure what I want to add to the demo yet. So, yeah, we'll talk about games. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, I have had some Spanish speaking player. Do you guys speak Spanish down there, or do you speak Portuguese? I don't remember what Brazil speaks. But I don't know if you know him, but Juja, he did play the game as well. He's like a famous YouTuber streamer. I think I don't remember what country he's from though. But yeah, he's played the game a little bit. So I think that's how you pronounce his name, Juja, Juja. Brazil speak Portuguese. Okay, got it. I thought it was Portuguese, but I was not sure. Okay, sweet. Yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know. I'm just working on my House of Burden level currently. And then I'm trying to get whatever I can done for Christmas because I'm just going to add it to the update. I do have a list of things I want to do. We just got a Twitch affiliate recently, so I've been working on that as well. How long have I been programming? So, I actually, when I was in high school, well, even before that, I really only did art primarily. I'll just play the game in the background while I'm doing this. But I primarily only did art when I was in school. And then I had some friends that were interested in programming. So, here, I'll just start from the beginning. I had friends interested in programming. So we did like a little group thing where we would make games, basically. And then when I got to college, I was like, oh, I don't really know what I want to be. So I'll just try programming to see if I can do it. And I took an intro to Python course. And then I picked up programming pretty well. But I've been using GameMaker for years now. So as far as the answer to your question, how long have I been programming? Probably like 5 or 6 years now, but I wouldn't consider myself that good of a programmer. How are you doing, Mac? How's your day? Hey. Welcome to chat. Hopefully your day's going well as well, Mac. But yeah, I've been programming for a while now. I just read some of the books on GameMaker language, which is what GameMaker uses. I've been going through that. And then if I have any trouble, I just ask people, or I use ChatGPT. GPT or any of the AI stuff is really helpful for just getting like basic structures of stuff. It's not going to, fully be very accurate depending on what data it's pulling from, but it can be pretty decent at least telling you the structure. Like, for example, I had a situation where I was trying to figure out how to do multi-selection for my level editor. Because I was like, well, if I have a bunch of objects, how do I store them in like a thing to grab them? And it told me to use DSList and gave me kind of a basic example that I had to refine from. But it's relatively easy. GameMaker language is very forgiving, and it makes it really simple. So it's not too difficult for it. So I've been programming for a little bit, but don't let the, some people are faster and some people are slower at it. If you have any math background, that does help significantly, depending on what you're trying to do, especially depending on the type of game as well. Because, for example, certain thing, like a two-dimensional game, you're only working in 2 dimensions, but when you want to add like gravity to a platforming game, it helps. But if you're doing something where you don't have gravity, like for example, I have a parody level of a Chinese, very popular game in China called Tower of Sorcerer. And things without gravity are much easier, especially even grid-based stuff is much easier to program when it has no gravity at all. Because then you don't have to worry about any interesting variables or you don't have to worry about collision as much. It makes it much easier. So, and then Mac, you said you're just getting up for the day. Sounds like a good day for you. You're like a couple hours behind? Yeah. You're in a slightly behind time zone, I think. Brent's in the future, you're in the past. But, yeah. If I had any recommendation for learning programming, I would recommend, honestly, if you're going to do GameMaker or any engine you're interested in, Neum, I would just get a YouTube video, and then I would just start doing any of the projects, because somebody can show you how to make like a platformer in like 2 to 3 videos, and then you can go through and just refine it from there. That's kind of what I did. I started with platforming videos for my game because I had lost my job at some point, and I was like, you know what, I'm going to make a game. I'm going to try it, and I ended up just hitting the ground running and then tinkering with it enough, and then I've just been learning as I go. And then obviously some of the more difficult stuff, you know, it's going to require more difficult programming, like to do like arcs and whatever fancy stuff, but it's pretty simple. You just gotta play around with it, and as long as you have interest into it, it'll be good. If I know how to program, I will suggest you make a game jam, but that's not the case. Interesting. Yeah, I was considering doing a game jam at some point, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Central Time here. Gotcha, Mac. Yeah, I've been pretty focused on my project, so. Bro, the whole server gets notified when a high level dies on hardcore. A level 80 died. He was top 30. That's insane. That's kind of cool for Path of Exile, though. That's neat. Yeah, game jams are pretty fun. I can, like, whip up a game relatively quick. So I have been considering it. I've actually been joking with Tyler Bronoham here. I've been joking with him about us. Oh, thank you for the... Appreciate it. Blowing my eardrums out. Thank you for the follow, dude. Appreciate it. What was that? Yeah, I've been joking with Tyler about doing a just like spending a month making games just locked in a barn. Like that's the only thing we'll do is we'll just try to make a game in a month. I thought that would be pretty fun. I've been debating doing something like that for a while, working on a smaller project. Basically how I learned Unreal. Interesting. Okay, through game jams, I'm assuming, not locked in a barn, just for clarification. Thank you again for the follow, Neum. I appreciate it. I purposely made that really loud to scare me, so it's pretty funny. Yeah, game jams, gotcha. Yeah, I haven't been in a game jam before, but I'm getting pretty good with my cranking stuff out pretty shortly. Insanely fun. Get me fired. It's the only way. Honestly, dude, I think you're well on your path to getting fired. Frankly, you have enough sick days. I think they'll fire you regardless, and we won't have to worry about it. enough sick days, and we'll take you out, dude. Yeah, thanks, Cody. Yeah, no problem, dude. I support you. We'll figure it out. Yeah, you said you're gonna start working on your game again soon. I'm excited. It looks like you have to go through your Path of Exile phase first, though, which may be long. We'll see. Okay, I like this so far. Honestly, maybe the I just need to win the lotto so I can end my indentured servitude. Do you have indentured servitude right now? Is it because of you need money to pay bills and stuff like that? Or do you have like big student loans or something? You did say you went for computer science, so I could see that aspect of it, but honestly, the background ones are a little green for me. That's the only thing I don't like about them. We'll change that color a little bit. The golden handcuffs of my job. Golden, huh? It's an eloquent way to put that. Nah, student loans are paid off. I guess that's good. Golden handcuffs of my job. Just gotta save enough to make your games. Actually, you're already making games. You're working your way there. You got nothing to worry about. Okay, I'm gonna try this color. I sort of like it a little bit more. So 89, 165, 178. 89, 65, 178, I think is what it was. Yeah. Oh, 165, sorry. Apologizing to myself here. All right, let's give that a shot. See if it's a little bit less green. And then we can work on a trip animation for the player and then go from there. Job pays well, but have to have it. It would be nice to not need a job, or at least not have to worry about financial side of a job. Yeah, that makes sense. I think for me, I mean, I still do like freelance stuff on the side for like maintenance things, so I am getting paid through alternate means, and that does free up, you know, my stress a little bit on wanting to fully pursue this. Because we rent an office space for it. That looks okay. It's a little too blue now, if that makes sense. This is interesting, and I guess we can remove the saturation. I keep adding saturation. Maybe that's the problem. Let's take this. Let's drop saturation, and then let's drop color. Okay, so 122, 148, 153. 122. I think it was 150. I don't even remember. 148, 153. 48, 153. Okay, we'll remove that again. And then run it. We'll see where we're at. And then, yeah, trip animation. I actually think adding the trip might make the level a little too hard, frankly. But I still kind of want to do it. Because my thought is that the fire will just outright kill the player. Might have to let them jump a little higher to make that easier. And then while they're moving, if they walk over unstable ground, I need to make a collision box, and I want them to trip. Yeah, that. I'm going to leave the buildings as they are, but they do look... Actually, we'll try one more time. The gray just looks strange, dog. Okay, so I can't change the saturation like at all. That's not... I just have to straight drop that. I think that's all I can do. So 105, 146, 153. 105, 146, 153. Give that a shot. Can only adjust the value of the color. So it seems to make it a little bit darker. Actually, it doesn't necessarily need to have darker color. I think the variation helps with just it being on a single layer. But the transparency does also help it a little bit too, so it's not all terrible. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine. I'm content with that. Some of them are darker, some of them are not. That adds a little bit more variation. Okay. And if I get annoyed with it getting in the way of me visually seeing the player, then I'll just make them all the same color again and just only adjust the transparency. Okay. Alright, so we gotta figure out how we're gonna do this collision box first. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a little weird. Okay, so since this is actually like literally moving, and then we just loop it back, it's kind of a weird way I solve that problem, but we'll do trip sprite. Trip box, that's what we're gonna call it. And we'll make a separate layer to determine where the player actually counts as tripping. Trip box, okay. Alright, I didn't pack anything and instead made breakfast. Sounds like you have your priorities straight, Jazz. I like that about you. Priorities are definitely straight. What do you even need to pack for, though, honestly? Okay, let's try to be forgiving for the player just a little bit. Yeah, bruh. What do you mean, bruh? I need to do my cope emote, too. That's what I gotta do next. I love the idea of a cope emote. Alright, I think this is gonna be a good range. That way they don't, totally... Well, here, we're gonna make it smaller. I have a feeling it's gonna make this level really tough, so... My intuition tells me this is going to be very challenging. Well, I gotta remove that. Whatever this is over here. Alright. Okay, never mind. Let's actually make this... Okay. I made seared spam and eggs with green beans and mushrooms. That sounds pretty good right now. I'm going to have you cook for chat while you're at it, too. Actually, I should probably do... Yeah, we should probably just make this the bottom here. Yeah, because otherwise I'm going to get confused. So wait, delete this. Copy that. And then we'll start putting it on. Is that the same? Okay. It's going to be a precise per frame collision box. Whoop. Whoop. I don't want to delete any frames. We need all the frames. Okay. Okay, that should just about cover it. It's a dream, bro. If you could crack the code, let us know. One step at a time. Jazz also wishes to get out of the golden shackles of her hands here, of her job. Okay, pretty good. So let's precise per frame. Cool. Do I just pop in when no one else is in chat, or do I scare everyone away? Actually, I think Mac just woke up, so he's probably doing stuff. And then Niam was here a while ago. He was chatting with me a little bit, but I don't think anyone was there when you showed up. So I don't think you're a scary person, unless you want to be intimidating, Jazz. Yeah, I've been working on that for years. No luck. Yeah. Lurkers in chat. Oh, hell yeah. Mac is here. Oh, hell yeah. He's just waiting for the right opportunity to talk about freedom from his job, the shackles. I'm working on it too. If I crack the code, I'll let y'all know. I appreciate it. Actually, you shouldn't tell us. You should just write a book, because that's only going to help you monetize how you crack the code, which is going to then further your independence away from the job. Alright, so we have that. We need a trip animation. It doesn't matter if it's completed yet. Let's just make a trip. You have to sign an NDA to read the book or to hear about it. Yeah, to hear about the thing. Okay, let's mark this pixel here. Whoop. Because I want to make sure this is consistent. Keep it on the DL, the down low. Okay. I'm speccing out a PC, so a bit distracted. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Speccing it out. Okay. Is that enough space for... I don't know. I'll do that. Yeah, what are you speccing it for, Mac? You want to run your... What is it? Arch Linux? Arc Linux? Whatever they call that. Okay, so let's get the keyframes of the animation done first. So, I don't know what this is. Delete that. Can you define speccing a PC for the definition? Your side eye. It's basically it's like, I'm assuming he's choosing what parts and determining the specs of the PC. So determining how fast it is, what it's capable of, things like that. This is for a guy I'm working on the game with. Okay, interesting. You're trying to make a PC for him? That's cool. Yeah, speccing just means looking at part list, determining things like that. Yeah, part picking and cost balancing. Got it. Max said it in much more briefer terms than I did. Here, we're gonna move this left here. His laptop can't handle Unreal. That's amazing. That is Unreal, actually. If you, are PC pieces not just plug and play? Some are. Some are compatible with others, is probably the best way to describe it. which is why like you have to check if your motherboard supports your graphics card and things like that. 'Cause sometimes it doesn't. Is this too far? What is the range here? I'm kind of fine with that. I want to start by determining the head movement. So when it gets about here, it's gonna probably just go fast. It might. Maybe we'll do bigger motions, and then we'll hit the ground, probably there, and then we'll move. We'll slide by one or two. Okay, so we got to start. You can see kind of what I'm working with. We're gonna do probably 15 frames. Yeah. Are you just supposed to know? No, there's websites online that tell you. I think Mac just brought it up there. You can go to like pcpartpicker.com and you can check and see what they, work. So, tightly coupled, yeah. If you go to PC Part Picker, when you build like a PC, it'll tell you whether or not your parts are compatible. So people have made websites to make it easier. Yeah, he's using PC Part Picker. Okay, makes sense. I expect nothing less of Mac. Okay, so the arms are gonna fly up in order to like stop him, but he's gonna probably have his hands like here. And then maybe like here. Okay, so that determines the hand. Pretty good. Now let's adjust the nose, since his nose is probably up here. Maybe he'd like try to look down, and then he'd hit down, and then it would probably, you wouldn't even see it here. So done. Okay. Dude looks like me after a long game session. Just a little bit. Yeah, long. Yeah, collapsing. Okay, we might actually need some more width on this. I didn't think I was going to need that much width, but let's just go big, and then we can decide later. Yeah, good morning. Okay, so the keyframes are defined. I'm pretty content with that. We have a faster... Actually, we might bring this out and then bring it down here. Actually, I like the outstretched more. Have you ever made a horror game? I have not made a horror game before. Actually, the only game I've made is this one, and then I've made some other small projects, but I haven't released any of them yet. I was considering making a horror level for this game. But I have seen a lot of fun pixel horror games, so it's something I have been considering. Like Faith is a really popular one right now. It's like a pixel Atari style game if you haven't seen it. That one looks pretty cool. I was going to give that a shot. Okay, I think this is pretty good. We might do one more frame, because the player's going to die, essentially. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. And then we're going to define the feet movement next. So he's going to trip. So the idea is one of these feet should be dragged backwards, running into the other foot and tripping him. It has some good horror 2D games. Hops or Slender Tubies. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of Slendy Tubbies or anything like that. Or Hops. Are those games that are out? Oh, Substantial Man. Reverse of the Slender Man. Substantial Man. That's actually a good joke. I also didn't realize that was actually a moat for Friday, dude. I thought you were just typing Rebecca Black and calling us back to it, but that's great. Oh, hold on. I gotta actually reply to a text here. Give me 2 seconds. Somebody needs an Amazon list from me. Okay. You haven't talked about the meaning of the game yet. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Okay, so he says actually funny because I'm typically not Sag. Sag? Nah, dude, you're funny. So my meaning for the game is I originally made this game when I was in like a hard place. So here I'll pull up the original Jump Off the Bridge. So I was in a hard place and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make a game. We'll see how I can handle it. We'll see if it's like gonna be easy. So this is what the official first Jump Off the Bridge was, symbolically. It was just a game to like vent some frustrations, work through some feelings, and also just like, you know, make light of situations that were stressful and difficult at the time. So pretty simple, easy game. I actually have a callback level that I'm working on for it. This is like an updated version of the level. Much more complicated, much more things going on. So you can see in the distance of like 5 or 6 years, kind of the progression of where I've come. But something a lot of people mistake initially my game Jump Off the Bridge as like something that's glorifying suicide. But my whole endeavor with the game is to do something opposite to that. Because as you play through the game more and more, you become more and more curious, more and more interested. The obstacles, some of them are funny, some of them are sad, some of them are interesting. And each one, you know, you realize, oh, with enough persistence, enough outside thinking, enough like work, I can sort of beat it. Like I can overcome the obstacle. So it's kind of like motivating in that way. So I think one of my intentions with design is to create a bunch of weird, zany obstacles. Sometimes they'll make you laugh, sometimes they'll, you know, make you cry, sort of thing. But that at the end of the day, if you just keep working at it enough, or you know, come back to it at a different point, you'll be able to, you know, overcome it, essentially. I don't think there's anything in life where suicide is the answer to any problem, essentially. And so that's why I punish the player with, like, if they die, they have to restart, because death is never really an answer for anything. So that's something I think about a lot when I make my game, is that the only way to succeed is to jump into the water, and water is like a big symbol for rebirth. And obviously babies are born in water. It's called the water, or, you know, when the water breaks, that sort of thing. It's not actually water, it's like a amniotic fluid or something like that. But there's that idea of, like, you know, children are born into the world in water. We baptize children in water. It's like a pretty big symbol. So rebirth, water is like something every living thing basically needs to survive, probably aside water bears, which are made of water. So that's kind of what my intention is for the game, is that the bridge is in some sense acting as a transition between different obstacles that you have to face. And the water is like what you use to rebirth yourself and sort of acknowledge that you're moving forward on your path. So, what if you made a stage where the character from the first game stopped the current character? I actually do have something like that planned. Yes, I do have things like that planned. That's funny. We're both thinking of the same thing. But yeah, that's a deep meaning. Yeah, that's kind of the general thing I have for it. Do you have a cool explanation of that on the end screen, like a cute montage of all your favorite levels or a little motivational message? No, it's sort of just something that's overtly in my game design, and I think it shows through if you play through the game. Generally, I think most people recognize when they play the game the like philosophy behind it, and to some extent. It depends on how deep you're looking into art. So it depends on what you how you view art and whether you're being conscious of what you're playing. But that is some of the ideology and philosophy I think about when I'm making this game, is things like that. Ripper, water is the source of all life. 7/10 of the Earth's surface is water. Why do you realize that 70% of you is water? As human beings, you need fresh, pure water to replenish our precious bodily fluids. Yep, very true. Very, very true. I'm a surface level girl. Dejected. Skinner box. Jess is a Skinner box girl, is what she is. A conditioned animal. Now, I think if you sat down and you played the game, you know, from start to finish, you really approached it every single day, I think it's inevitable that you would sort of get some of the vibe that I'm trying to put out through the game. And I think it'll only become more overt. Like, some of my levels, I'm feeling more, you know, some of them are more vulnerable than others. Some of them are more overt. Let's see if I show one of them here. I probably won't have this one done before Christmas, but this is one of them. It's supposed to be like talking about depression. You can ignore the bugs and the locust or whatever, but the idea is like you're going to go to the bridge, and you won't be able to jump off the bridge because in 1 second, once I reach my way there, because you're too depressed to jump off the bridge. And so you have to figure out how to jump off the bridge despite that depression. I'm going to have to fix... I love my rabbits, but I'm going to have to fix that. You know what? I'm going to put that in my schedule. Sounds good. Sounds like a plan. I did send you a copy of the game a while ago, so... I think it's in your Discord still. I saw that you hadn't redeemed it because your name still says you don't own the game. So, just a note. But yeah, I think that and obviously some levels are just frustrating, some are just jokes. But I do think my ideology generally is that. No, you don't gotta apologize, bro. I'm just letting you know that it's there so that you don't forget. But yeah, some of them are just jokes. Like here's one, kick the bucket, based off that idiom of like if you kick the bucket, that essentially means death. So... you got to try to avoid the bucket, and then the bucket gets up, and you got to keep pulling off the bucket, but you keep, whatever. I got some that are just kind of jokes and silly, but at the end of the day, I want to communicate that all obstacles can be changed. And then I have some other ideology and philosophy as well with regards to, I find games that reuse assets really boring, and I wanted to create something that was more pushing that mold. It was obviously to the detriment of myself for a long time because I wasn't completing any of these levels. Because I let perfectionism sort of like creep in perniciously and prevent me from doing things. I kept making the goalposts larger and larger rather than actually approaching them and sort of just trying to do my best and then refining that afterwards. But now that I have the right ideology in my head, I'm much more confident about being able to manage that. So that is just some of the stuff. Lovely scope creep. Yeah, scope creep is basically the way to put it. Scope creep. I don't know where that would be. It's in the Discord messages. I'll pin it for you later if you don't have it in there. I think I said Steam Key at some point, but it's in there somewhere. Yeah, scope creep is the best way to describe it. Yeah, I kept wanting to add things, and then, then 2 years passed, and we're like, dude, I need to get something done. So that's where my Christmas update idea came from. But yeah, hopefully that answers your question. I think I did a pretty good job of it. I honestly can't believe I forgot the question to begin with. I was too distracted. All right, so we have the unstable ground. Oh, actually, we're working on the trip animation. That's where we're at. Okay. So his legs are going to trip, which means the unstable ground is going to be pushing backwards towards wherever he's walking, generally. And then that's going to trip into his legs, and then he's going to fall. So let's try to do this here to show the trip. And then I kind of want to retain his leg position. We can make it a little tighter here for this frame. Okay, and then we can actually do some sort of, maybe one of the legs flies up. And if you make a level where the character turned into a cat, cats have 7 lives. Is that what it is for you guys? For us, it's 9 lives in America. Is it 7 lives in Brazil? I didn't even know there was a difference. That's really unique. I always thought it was just 9 lives. But yeah, that's a good idea too. Okay, and then we can bring this leg down. Bring this. Okay, so this is here. This is sort of moving forward. Yeah, in Brazil it's 7. Interesting. Is it because it rhymes better? I don't know. I mean, I guess it doesn't... saying a cat has 9 lives doesn't really rhyme. But that's really weird. I'd have to look into the symbolism of what 7 is for Brazilian people. Because 7, for like, from what I'm thinking of as a symbol, is it's kind of like a godly number. And 6 is like the Satan number is kind of what it seemed like. Depends on how you're using it and what context and what religion, obviously. There's a lot of variation, but those are kind of the ways that I generally view those numbers. And 9 is interesting. I don't know. That's fascinating. Learn something new every day, man. Okay, so now that I have that, let's see what this is. Okay, so we got kind of trip. The leg flies back, flies up. When it face plants, the leg goes back. I don't know if I like that. Face plant, leg goes back. Maybe I'll move it back by 1. Yeah. Okay. And they fall, and that's sort of it. Okay. I'm pretty happy with that. Just define the extraneous aspects of the player. And then... okay. So we'll start with that, and then I can add the other arm after, because it might be slightly in the background. So let's try to now define the waist, actually. I don't usually do an animation like this, but for this it seems to be working pretty well. So let's define the waist. I think I'm going to do something like here. He's going to stretch out and elongate. Maybe like this. In Brazil, UA, the things are more cheap. For UA. I don't know what UA is. Unity assets? The things are more cheap. The things are more cheap. Maybe universal something? UA. I don't actually know what UA means, Neum. I know some things are cheap, just not like, I thought technology was more expensive in Brazil. Oh, like the PS5 in UA is $700, but if you buy it in Brazil, it's $580. Oh, interesting. I thought that they had some weird taxes on like exports or something, so I wasn't sure. Oh, US. Sorry, got it. Okay. No, you're fine. I was just trying to make sure that I understood what you were talking about. I was like, United America? Trying to figure it out. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, in Brazil, US, things are more cheap. Yeah. PS5. Interesting. Okay. Is there any like unique things that are like super expensive in Brazil for some reason? Is fruit cheaper for you guys? Do you guys have like cheaper like fruit or anything like that? Because you guys are closer. Brazil is America too. Actually, Brazil is America too. I don't know what you mean by that. I guess I could see similarities for sure. Unless you're making a joke, then I also kind of find it funny as well. Yeah, cheap avocados. That's what I want to know. Avocados, pineapples, is that stuff cheaper down there? Because I might move to Brazil if that's what it takes. I got some fans in Argentina. I'm thinking about going down there, learning Portuguese, all of the other languages I need to know. I was debating on it. I got some nice land in Argentina specifically. They ain't got pumpkins. Dude, no, they gotta have pumpkins. I don't believe you. There has to be pumpkins down there. If they don't got pumpkins, it might be a done deal. We might not be able to go there. I might have to live in pumpkin-rich areas. I don't know that for a fact, yeah. Okay, I feel like that's pretty good. Let's start drawing the waist now. So we can turn off the onion skin because we're working on this. So this should look just clustered because it's like together. Basically, if you work in Brazil and buy things in Brazil, it is more expensive than if you work in the United States and buy things in the United States. Okay, interesting. And buy things in Brazil is more expensive. Ah, that is very unique. I guess that makes sense. I can understand that. I kind of want to keep that. Let's. But if you work in the United States and convert currency to Brazil, things work out. Okay. So what do you do for work then, out of curiosity? Do you have a job or anything like that? Or are you younger and in school or something? Yeah, the dollars have less buying power. That's kind of what I was getting out of that. Yeah. I kind of want to do this here. I study and work. Okay, sweet. What are you studying right now, if you don't mind me asking? For an accountant, I'm pretty bad at that stuff. For dollar conversion and things like that. Is that what you're talking about, Jazz? Your buying power? I'm in second year of high school. Awesome. Okay. So yeah, now you're just working through the general stuff then, basically. Do you know what you want to do? Are you going to go to college or anything like that? I don't know what Brazil's higher education looks like down there or anything, so you'll have to fill me in. Considering game design or software development? It sounds like it. Yeah, you figured to jump out. Okay, sweet. Awesome. We also got to make a profile picture for you, Jazz. You don't have a Steam one, I don't think yet. I want to be a firefighter surgeon. That sounds awesome. What draws you into the firefighting? Do you like the idea of saving people, or is it something else? Maybe you're just a pyromaniac and you want to secretly sublimate that. But also my free time, I'm a programmer. That's a very interesting, diverse range of career fields for you. That's awesome. I'm rooting for you, man. Yeah, making games is pretty fun, and also programming is pretty enjoyable too. Okay, I want this. So this is like, maybe like that. It doesn't have to be perfect. It definitely does not have to be perfect by any stretch. That looks good. Okay, so far. Do I have a team? Nope, I am just a single person working on a single game. That's all I am. Heck yeah, DM. Follow your dreams. Yeah, follow your dreams. Yeah, sorry, did you answer why you want to be a firefighter? Sergeant? I want to know why. What your motivation for it is. But yeah, I'm just one guy grinding away. I do rent an office. We converted a doctor's office into a studio. So my girlfriend and I, and she does art for other stuff. So no, it's okay. I'm just reminding you. Profile pic? I think your Steam profile doesn't have a profile pic. Actually, this would probably be rounded this way if somebody was falling, theoretically. Yeah, you told me not. Yeah, no, you gotta have a cool profile. I mean, you can use your face if you want, but money, being a surgeon pays well. Free time, firefighter work is full day and takes 3 days off. That's awesome. Yeah, you work 1 day, 3 days off. Dude, that'll be nice. That'll be super good. We can actually show this shoulder down a little bit more here. The last reason, because I want to boss my father around. He's a soldier. That's even better. I'm glad you're honest about it, honestly. That's good. Honest about bossing him around. Yeah, do you do like workouts and stuff already? Yeah, Niam has goals, and he is goals. He is goals. I'm rooting for him, man. I'm excited. I'm going to do some little flaring of the clothing, because they would catch a little bit of air as he falls, so we can distort the lines a little bit. And besides, one of the rules of animation is squash and stretch, so we can have some variation there. So here, so he should probably make his arm like this. Life is too short to sit still, so why not do most you can? That's true. I agree with it. He's got all the wisdom he needs. We're going to start asking advice from Liam, man. Honestly. I'm going to him when I got problems. Be like, yo, dude, I don't know how to deal with this. And he's going to tell it from the perspective of a fire. He's going to be like, well, it's just like putting out a fire. You got to add some water to it. Like, thanks, man. That actually really helped. That'd be great. Okay, let's see this. We can actually show the cloth sort of pooling on the ground here. Speaking of soldiers, the guy who used to live here must be in the army. I get mail from the VA for him. That's very interesting. It is very interesting. Okay, so we got this so far. Pretty good, but now we need the other arm. I keep doing the return to sender them, but they don't care. Yeah. So actually, I think we're going to make sure this hand is covered, because this is going to be the left hand. So maybe we'll do something like, I don't know. I guess it doesn't matter. We can do something like this. This could be the right hand, actually, now that I think about it. This could be the right, but we're going to have to draw the left. I bring that up because apparently he got a promotion because now they're addressed as corporal instead of specialist. Interesting. Yeah, you get to see this whole guy's life as a male, honestly. Let's do this. Actually, I want this one to be kind of down here, I think. It's going to look a little weird, but do something like here. That's why critical thinking is dangerous. Is that what we're going with? Critical thinking is dangerous? Okay, sort of like this here. Let's do just a shoulder up because it needs room. And we'll put that over here as well. We can even drop the shoulder by a pixel. Sort of show this sort of defeat. So wait, here it is. No, this actually needs to go higher. This. Maybe here. Actually, we can remove it by one. Move it up. It's too short right now. Okay, let's do that. And we can move this shoulder over here or something. I don't like that arm. We're close. But I don't like the arm. I don't like this, I think. We'll put this one back here. We don't need any red. Does the game have sound effects? Yeah, it does. I just have them turned off right now. It does have sound. I got music in some of the levels. I don't have like a bass track for the whole game, but most of the important levels, the boss levels, have music. So here I can turn it. You can hear a little bit of it. So like jumping, basic noises like that. If I can hit this jump, gotta want it. Sort of thing. But yeah, it does have music. I just keep it off for the interim. I turn it on later. So this. We should probably do maybe even like up here, honestly. I believe so. My ideals are more fortified than most teenagers my age. Look, it even calls his peers teenagers. This guy is goals. My wisdom and ideals are more fortified. No, that's awesome, dude, to hear. I'm glad. Hopefully they remain that way. I believe the key is not motivation itself, but discipline and constancy. Yeah, I was impressed by the word fortified. I was too. Discipline and constancy. Interesting. Yeah, I do think you gotta keep moving, if that's what you mean. And obviously discipline, those who can discipline themselves, definitely a good trait to have. Sounds like your father is very disciplined too. I imagine a soldier would be relatively disciplined. Okay, maybe like this. Oh yeah, that's much better. I like that. Great. Okay, so I want to get rid of this here and maybe raise the pants up. Okay. Perfect. That looks great. It's a good trip animation. Okay, and then now we need to ensure that it is in the right area. Collision max is in the right area. Okay, so then we can delete that. And then now what we're going to do is we're going to program it. So unstable ground, first off, needs to have a trip box. I'm a language student, a school itinerary. So because I have to write texts and essays all the time, I learn some words. That's good. Yeah, it seems like your English is relatively good. If you wanted to take advantage of that, you probably could work in the US in some regard, especially with programming knowledge for sure. So we're going to name this trip box. And we're going to create a trip box. Instance. I think the most important lesson my father ever taught me was time will pass, whether you try hard or not. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. The one I like is you're going to have to suffer pain, but you get to choose whether you want to do The pain of regret or the pain of discipline. So who do you want to be in a month? Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. You have to choose pain, but you get to pick. Pain or do you want regret or discipline? So let's do... Your word choice is very powerful. There's a lot of weight in it. Are you calling his words fat, dude? Maybe I should make a fat emote. What would people use that for? I was thinking like a fat and happy bird. Yeah, bro. Think like a fat and happy bird. Maybe I'll do content. That might be a good one. Just a fat and happy bird. Content. That's an interesting one. Content. You two are very nice people. I appreciate that compliment. I think you're nice as well, Niam. I did a Big 5 personality trait test, and my openness is 100%. So anybody that comes in here, I'm open to it. Don't let Cody fool you. I'm a menace sometimes, but Jazz is the only nice person here. That's what it is. Oh, Jazz, we got your card, by the way, your Christmas card. It was really cute. I like that you drew the Merry Christmas in there. That was really nice. Thank you for that. You may or may not get something in your mail eventually. We'll see if the little fairy can suss out your docs information. If Santa Claus can suss out your doxing information. So we need to create a trip box. That has explosive tendencies. Yes, it does. My mail. Y'all have my address? We might. Too late. He already fooled me. Oh, man. He's got strong words, but he's gullible. No. Now, you've only seen a brief glimpse of me. When you play my game, you'll see I'm much more of a menace. Yeah, R.I.P. It's all over. Hey, man, if you're crazy, other people know your address, we'll figure it out. It's not that big a deal. I think us having it is better than anybody else, frankly. Any former mothers of former ex-boyfriends or things like that. Trip box. I can provide it if you want. I was just going to get it from Heather, but I do appreciate it. Don't worry. If you want to send it, though, you can. I do need it. Don't bring them up. I wasn't trying to, but I thought my joke would land a little bit better if I did, so that's why I did. Okay. Trip box equal... Yeah, we're going to make the trip box now. This can technically be on the invisibles layer, because it's not going to be visible. Okay, so invisible. Haven't heard from them in a hot minute, thank God. Yeah, that's awesome. I was wondering if that drama ended for you. They probably, you know, I want to say idealistically that they had a dose of reality and was like, you know what we're asking of is really pushing the boundaries of a relationship, because that's really absurd. All right, so we have the trip box. Now what do we need the trip box if it exists to maintain the same X and Y position as myself. So if instance exists trip box, fingers crossed. Then trip box dot x equals my x and trip box dot y is going to equal my y. So this will maintain the same thing as that. Oh, I got to add the underscore between these to make sure that they're the same actual variable. Okay. And so now with the trip box, we got to do a trip. We got to trip the player essentially. So how are we going to do that? Well, what determines the player dying? So right now, we can close this. I'm pretty sure it's just the fire that kills the player and the house drops. So what we want to do next is we want to make sure that, first off, the house itself needs to kill the player. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to do... Well, actually, here, I got a slightly better idea. So for the player, we have a trip sprite, right? But the collision is too tall. That means if the house even nicks the edge of this, then it's going to make the player die. We don't want that. We actually want the player to probably die from the crushing itself that happens. But because the player sprite uses like this box, it's actually more like this. Because it uses this box, we need to make sure that we maintain the same Y value of the origin. All that you need to know is we're going to make sure that the player's hitbox is actually like this. Because I want the player to be crushed under the house, assuming he trips. So we're maintaining that Y value in proportion to this. Thank you, anonymous user, for gifting the tier 1 sub to Neum. Awesome. Appreciate it, honestly. Thank you. So now what we have here is we got... Man, Jazz is a community builder. I can't believe you decided to do accountant. Shock and awe. Can't believe you decided to do accountant. The hell are you thinking, woman? I'm going to hire you as a community. I might make you a mod, honestly. So here, we're going to do... Okay, so the box here. What else would I have done? That's true. I guess the accountant pays well, even if it's a little bit of suffering. Do you like arranging parties? Do you like the idea of managing competitions? Okay, so that's good. Now we actually need to program it. So let's see here. We're going to do step. It's going to be pretty simple. It's going to be if place meeting xy g player. We're actually going to make sure the player exists first because we're going to grab its variables. I didn't know my strengths at 18, so I picked the family trade. Makes sense. What do you think your strengths are now? I want to see if they line up with what I think your strengths are. Event planning is fun. I thought you would say that. I for sure thought you would say that. Okay, so if meeting player... we need to adjust the player values. Okay, so what we're going to do is if meeting the player, if player dot animation allowed. Inclusivity, detail oriented, and empathy. Do you mean inclusivity as in everyone is included in something, or do you mean inclusivity as in everyone, it's an inclusive club that nobody else can join? I'm assuming you mean the first one, the former. Detail oriented and empathy. Interesting. I would say your strong suits are group driven, like community focused, mathematics. Definitely detail oriented. That's probably a good assessment of your character. I could see empathy as a really high one for you too. I think we're pretty similar. I was just thinking of some of the more community focused and mathematics type stuff. I could probably come up with a few other words if I think about it a little bit longer. Maybe compassionate. That might be a word I would use. And I would also even use the word courageous in a way as well. I'm going to put those in my diary. You should. You do not seem like you shy away from trying new things. I'm sure there's a limit. It depends on the category of thing. Yeah, I would say courageous in different ways. For sure. I mean, do you know how many people that hate their jobs but aren't actively looking for different work? They just remain in their job. Like people who sort of just believe that they're in like this, like that they don't have any agency to change what they dislike about their life. I guess I would also say agent. That would be a good way to describe you as well. You acknowledge that you have agency. You are not going to remain a victim of circumstance. As far as I can see, obviously. I only know you through the internet, so. So just some observations turning. Okay, so do animations allowed equals false. Then we're going to stop the player. Soon you'll know me through chili. I will. I definitely will. Actually, we can do with player, I think. And it is not lost on me the many different ways I could take what you said, and I want you to know that I am choosing not to take them those ways, despite wanting to. If you don't know, it's fine. The jester in me laughs. We'll just say that. Skinner box. What are you trying to say with that? What made you click that emote and not any of the other ones? Okay, so we need to do sprite index equals whatever the name of this is. Because I'm just here pushing buttons. Are you now? It's the same way I use Dino Dance. You're conditioned. Emoticons. We're going to do a trip animation here. Yeah, what time do you got to go for your thing later today? I guess it is a sleepover, so. No animations allowed. Sprite index equals carry true. Okay. So we're turning off the animations. We should probably turn off the movement. 3 p.m. Okay. Interesting. No, we got to do no input allowed. Equals true. Okay. And then we should probably have a variable that determines player tripping. Tripping equals false. So we're going to set tripping equals to true. Okay. Actually, I don't know why this is indented one further. Okay, so we set tripping to true. Actually, we should probably do if tripping equals false. Okay. Else. So this is if tripping equals true. If tripping. Okay, so if tripping is false, then if meeting the player, and they're not in the middle of some other animation thing, we're going to make them trip, turn off their animations, turn on this animation, and not allow them to move. I can actually put this here. Okay. Straightforward. Now, if they're tripping, so if sprite index, well, here we're going to do if, we should just do with the player. So in the scope of the player, if sprite index equals SPR player carry heavy house trip. So if they're in the process of tripping, we're going to grab the last frame. So if image index is greater than or equal to image number -1. So if we're on the last frame of the animation, then I guess we want it to pause, don't we? Because theoretically the house is supposed to crush them. That's kind of what we want. We want it to crush them. So we should just freeze them. Should I do that? Is there a context where they can survive this? You know what? Out of curiosity, let's do a trip time. Just in case, we will make sure that they only are technically fallen. We'll do it for half a second. So if this, then I want image speed to equal 0. And I want the image index to be held on the last frame. So we're going to subtract that. It becomes the last frame. And then that's cool. What do I want to do? And then I want to do if image speed equals 0. So if we're frozen in that animation, and if trip time is greater than 0, then we're going to bring down trip time. It's going to be our little timer. So minus that. And then else, once it reaches 0, then I actually want to free the player. If somehow they can survive and the house doesn't crush them, then I want them to be able to go on and carry on with their life, I guess. So let's do that with Uji player. Boom. And then let's set the image speed equal to 1 just to make sure that none of the things are messed up. So we'll free the player. And we also need to reset the trip timer to 15, which is half a second because our game runs at 30 frames a second. So half of that would be 15. And we got to turn tripping equals to off so that this, so equal false. Okay. So for me, we're resetting those. And that's pretty good. So let's actually comment some of this code. So in case Cody in the future, 2 years later, comes back, he'll know what the hell's happening. So trip the player, if tripping, animation, and freedom. Okay. And these need to be false, actually. No animations allowed. Wait. No yeah, it's false. For some reason, that variable confuses me a little bit. Sometimes the way I name things don't necessarily work. Okay, so now we need to make sure the house, when it's falling, it actually crushes the player and kills them. So, how are we going to do that? We're going to do that here. So this is the kill phase. So, do we even have a kill in here? I don't think we do. No, we don't. We should just do if place meeting xy obj player obj, then scr player kill. I think that'll work. I might tweak it a little bit. I might tweak it. We'll see. All right, let's check if this works. We'll see if the player trips appropriately. And assuming they do, this level will be relatively done aside from testing it. Obviously, to make sure it's beatable, we might need to add some jump speed to the player to allow them to jump a little higher. That's about it. Oh, actually, we messed up a little bit. Oh, it'll be fine for now. Let's try it. It should actually just auto-trip the player, which is not what we want, so we'll fix that in a second. Well, let's see if this works. Okay, I gotta die not to the fire. Okay, it doesn't do anything. Interesting. Curious, I am. All right, let's take a look at it then. So the unstable ground is creating a trip box. It exists. We can't see it though, so let's turn it on to make sure it's actually spawning. That's the first thing in our scientific hypothesis, is to determine if it's actually here. If it is here, why isn't it moving? So trip box can go here. This is if, and tripping is false. Yep. Okay, this should theoretically work. Let's test to make sure that's actually following the unstable ground properly. Oh, actually, I think I know what the problem is already. We also need to make sure that the trip box has the same frame of animation as the box itself. As the unstable ground, I should say. Because if it doesn't, it's not going to work. Because I programmed the unstable ground a little weird in order to make it fit with the land. It is actually an object that moves over the course of things, and then we do a precise per frame check, which I probably could have done something different. I don't know why I did this. For some reason, it made it look better, so I guess it doesn't even need to do that. I don't know, whatever. It's the way I solved the problem, so that's what we're going to do. It's jank. Oh, okay, so we can see these are going in different directions, which is obviously not what we want. So we also need to make sure, and that's pretty simple, is that the trip box dot image x scale equals image x scale of the thing itself. Okay, pretty simple. We'll see if that works. And then it should auto trip the player, which we'll have to fix after, but I'm anticipating that happening because I want to make sure the trip works first. Then once we guarantee the trip works, then we can obviously shave the box down if it's too big, adjust the difficulty of the spawn rates. There's a lot of variables we can work with, depending on how difficult we want to make the level. And then also I have to consider that difficult for me is going to be different than difficult for other players, because I put almost 1,000 hours in this game, so it's much different. Okay, so we have a little bit, I don't like this. So what's happening is it's actually, what we should do is we should create the trip box only after this is spawned. So let's do nothing here. And then, yeah, once it reaches this, then we'll create the trip box. And that should solve that problem. Because I don't want the player to be able to trip when it's rising from the ground and spawning. I only want them to be able to trip when they're walking over the unstable ground. That's basically what I'm aiming for. So we will see if that works. Okay, looks good. Great. Okay, so now our only problem is I want to make sure this animation plays. It isn't working. It follows the hill, but it's the fire that's killing me. Interesting. Okay, so let's consider this. Why is that not triggering? Well, there's a couple of reasons. First, let's check the collision mask of the ground. So this is, in fact, precise per frame and automatic. Good. So let's check the box itself. So if player exists, that is true. If tripping is false, tripping does start as false. If meeting the player, and if no animations allowed equals false, then we set tripping equals true. It's a good question. Why wouldn't this play? I guess let's try this. And then actually the house itself needs to go into phase 2 when it's yeah. Phase equals 2. Set to death phase. Player dead equals true, go to death phase. We should also do if obj player dot sprite index equals SPR player heavy house tripping or something. Is that what it is? Heavy house trip. Curious, what would you say is the ideal career for me? That is a good question. What would I say the ideal career for you? Reminds me of those tests I took in high school that would determine the best career path for you based on like hundreds of multiple choice questions. Yeah, the one you would most enjoy. That's a really good response, Drew. Obviously just based on what you know of me from the internet. Yeah, I also probably would agree with Drew, but I don't necessarily want to take his answer. I would say the thing that gives you the most fulfillment. Because I don't necessarily think with regards to life we should be necessarily chasing happiness. I think happiness is something that ebbs and flows and goes up and down. But I think contentment is more long-lasting. I wouldn't say to chase the things that give you the most immediate gratification. I would say you should probably chase the things that are more long-term forms of commitment and contentment. Things that build communities around you and make you feel engaged and make you feel like you have purpose in the world. I would say that you should seek that. That is obviously not a specific answer to what I think you should do, because I don't necessarily know what I think you should do. I personally, from my own ideology in my life, something I default towards is I think you should be spending your time doing things that you can build more passive income chains. Things that allow you hands-off money is always better. And I don't really like the idea of making money through shit like stocks or cryptocurrencies. I don't like things like that. Making money with money is not something I think is interesting. I think creating things and providing stuff for people, and building those like revenue chains of passive income is important, because in order to free up the time that you have, you need to spend some time in order to build those sort of like passive income streams to do that. So that's ultimately my own advice to myself. That's kind of how I think about it. I think spending your time working for somebody else, I don't that's personally not me. I sort of have like different regards for that. So I don't really want to apply that framework to you, because I don't know what situation you would fit well in. I might be able to tell you a better answer to this question after I meet you in person, but I don't necessarily have an answer. Going to clown school. Honestly, might be good. I think if anything, if you went to clown school, they would teach you how to be unfunny. Because I think in some regard you're already funny, so I wouldn't worry about that. If you just learn how to put on the makeup, then you can figure it out from there. If phase is not equal to phase equals 2, and I think that's it. You a clown hater? Isn't clown school more about building the character? I don't actually know. Mac, have you been to clown school? I think they teach you different things. They probably teach you about the monetized. Is clown school, does it exist, first off? Because I've seen it in media, but I haven't actually confirmed that it exists. I'm going to assume it exists because comedians exist. Just because you're a character doesn't mean you have the character. The wolf, that's an interesting thing. Welcome, Liam. Welcome back. Somebody gifted you an anonymous person gifted you a sub when you were gone. So now you can use the emotes. Clown school's everything. Okay, so in that case, yeah, I imagine you would build some aspect of the character, right? They probably teach you how to make pies. What is a star? I think it's cool. Yeah, it allows you to do emotes. So you can type Pulp Fiction. I have not seen Pulp Fiction, which might surprise you, but I have not seen it. Yeah, you can do the emotes now. They are a thing. I don't know actually what it is, though. They probably teach you how to make pies. They probably teach you how to do gags. I bet you get a complimentary whoopee cushion. Yep. I bet there's a lot of things that clown school teaches you. Gonna be honest. Yeah, you have a gifted sub, so you can do your emotes now. You just gotta type COD, and then they should come up. :COD. As I yap away. So let's see, and welcome back, if I didn't say that already. So if tripping, and then if they die, it goes to the phase, I guess. Okay, so now we gotta figure out why they're not tripping, though. So let's run this in debug mode, and let's go into the unstable ground, and this. Are we going with pen heads? I am going to do a pen head thing at some point. I have an idea. Welcome to the pen heads. Welcome. Oh, are you talking about the name of everyone? I feel like we got to use Bridgers or something. We got to do something epic, man. I also don't know what I want to name my channel points, too. Do you guys have any idea for that? Maybe I should make a jumps or something. How many jumps you got? I don't know. That sounds kind of weird. I feel like it should be some kind of tangible item. I'm just not sure what that tangible item should be. Channel point. Yeah. Drew with the realistic answer. It should just be called channel points. Why do they need to be special? Ink. Ink is an interesting one. Interesting suggestion. Drew is the creative genius we should all strive for. That's true. He's very creative. He doesn't show his art, but he is very creative. Maybe one day we'll wrestle some art streams out of him. I can only imagine what art pieces he's been cooking up since he's moved out of that hell house he was in. Secret Drew art. Secret. Inshallah, yeah. It's heretical. What do we need to do here? We need to take this trip box and we need to check if it's tripping, but I guess it's not tripping. Okay. Is it meeting the player? We're going to check each one. Oh, it is meeting the player. No animations allowed. Does that mean that one of these is true? No animations allowed equals true. Huh, okay. Let's rerun the level and see if we actually trip. No, we don't. Not that I can see. But why do I have no animations allowed? Oh, maybe that's maybe it's the house. Now that I think about it. Maybe the house prevents the player from doing anything. Oh, it does. Oh, that's because I'm already defaulting the animation to be the wall. Okay, I got it. Okay, so we actually don't, it doesn't matter. We don't need, yeah, I know the code's been modified. I understand. Relax. Now we gotta add that bracket back. Okay, we can do this just slightly differently. So if meeting player, we should actually do, what we should do is if obj player dot sprite index does not equal tripping, basically. If you made a level where the viewers created the sprites, that could be fun. I would have to worry about the copyright because technically you own your copyright if you do art, so I would have to have them sign a document to say that I own it. But no, dude, I appreciate the ideas. I have in my Discord, I have a level design area as well. So if you have any ideas, feel free to share them. I like reading everybody's ideas. Sometimes I come up with things. Addo suggested like a grass mimic, so I kind of drew that. I kind of like that idea. And then I have some other ideas from people I like. Jazz also had a water enemy idea that was pretty interesting a while back too. So if you join the Discord, I think link is in the About Me somewhere down at the bottom. I'll have to add a command for it. But yeah, share any ideas. I don't care. I appreciate it. I'll take and use whatever I think is good and refine it. But yeah, the only difficulty with that one is like copyright, making sure I own the rights to it to sell. I'll pass the night in that. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. He's disciplined. Yeah, commenting stages. Niem is very disciplined. He knows his weaknesses. Channel points could be sprites. They could. That's actually an interesting idea. That's not a bad one, Jazz. I like that. Carry heavy house trip. I enter the Discord. Welcome to the Discord. Appreciate it. Glad to have you here. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of them being sprites, honestly. Then I just got to come up with an image. I'll think about it more. Because remember, the bird is kind of like the default channel thing, though. So I'll think about that. I'll think about it. If sprite does not equal this, then we trip them. Okay. This should work. Let's see how this works. And then we can go from there. But yeah, I'll be posting information about the update when I drop it. I just gotta get some Steam stuff done for it too within the next week and a half here. And then it'll be Christmas and we can all celebrate. Okay. So jump this. Okay, so it's actually working, but the problem is it's the house is defaulting the animation. So sprites just make me think of sparkles. Yeah, I think of the drink sprite. I think of little pixies like sprites or like floating energy sort of thing. I was a fairy obsessed kid. Okay, gotcha. That's kind of cool. I think Jade might still be a fairy obsessed kid. She likes the fairy stuff, the fae, and all of those interesting Celtic mythology and stuff like that. I think it's kind of interesting too. Alright, so how do we do this? We have to tell the house that the player is tripping. Am I tripping? False. Okay, so they're not tripping. Jade is the best. She do be the best. She's at work right now. She's suffering. Prayers. She's got art to do, but her arts turned out pretty good. Would feed krill. I'll let her know that. Alright, so we have something. I think it's the end stat that is determining the sprite. Yeah. If instance exists player. Yeah, that's what we gotta do. And tripping equals false. Okay, so then we have the heavy house, and this unstable ground needs to trip. So what we gotta do... Oh, we didn't turn on tripping either. Oh, no, it's in here. So I can read that. I don't know what it means, though. Maybe? Are you going to do a Christmas stage? I want to do something. I want to do something for Christmas. I'm thinking of a Yule log stage. I really like that idea. Somebody suggested that. I think it was Esley. I might do a Christmas stage. If not, the art for the Steam page like this, I'll do like Christmas images or something, showcasing some of the levels. And then that should be a fun little preview. Maybe I'll use the Time Wizard or something. But yeah, I probably will do some kind of Christmas stage. We'll see, though. I want to try to just knock out as many of the actual stuff that I have here. Because I still have some other things I got to do. I got to reintegrate the Steam extension because that's been broken for like a year. I got all the purple levels I have in my level select. I got to add sound to them. I want to do a little bit more with the level editor. I got Steam trading cards that I'm adding in the game, so I have to fix those. I should probably do that later today. After stream, actually. I have other things to do. So, we're getting pretty close. It's like 11 days, I think, is what I named the stream. Yeah, we're 11 days there. We're pretty close. I'd like to get all this stuff done probably within the next 6 days, see where I'm at, and then see what I can save any of the last minute stuff for just finishing some levels or something. So let's see. The player's tripped, and then we got to do if instance exist obj heavy house. And then I guess we're going to just make house dot equals true. And we can leave tripping equals to true because the house is going to be smashed after that point. So it's not going to matter. We don't need to ever go back to the player holding the house animation because the player will be tripped. But that should turn off the animations for the player, and then we'll have to edit this a little bit, actually. We'll do in the cleanup stat. Maybe I'll do in the destroy stat. I'll figure it out. Okay. Oh, okay. I saw something happen there. Okay, so we're colliding with the player, but he is falling. Yeah. Let's, tell you what. I want to make the house, sort of move. So let's do, the house has gravity, so let's do v speed equals -1. So we're going to make the house bounce a little bit upwards, and the player's going to fall down, so hopefully you'll be able to see the animation better. If not, we can do more. I want to see the animation of the player fall before the house actually crushes them. And right now the house just falls immediately. But if the idea of them tripping, I like the idea of there being a little short window before. So here. Still too fast. Oh, okay, we got to see the trip there. There is a trip happening. Okay, that's fine. Let's see the house. Let's do something more egregious. I want to see a big difference. Let's do -5 for the V speed. and then we'll see what that looks like. Theoretically, the house should like kind of just jump up, and then it should still rotate the way it's rotating. I could probably actually do a slower rotate speed now that I think about it too. Maybe I'll do that. Yeah, we'll do a slower rotate speed in a second. Let's see what this looks like. I want to make sure it's actually jumping, and then I can go from there. Okay, that works. Okay, we have trip box, if trip time, object.trip time. Okay, I think I'm within the wrong thing here. Yeah, I'm with the player. My bad. So we gotta do other dot and then other dot. So this is referencing the scope of the actual trip box, which right now we're within the scope of the player. Other dot tripping. Yeah, this is already within the player, so I don't need this. Actually, it's a little redundant, frankly. I just forgot where I was. Okay. Okay, good. So the house goes up. Let's look at the rotation speed, because I want to see if I can adjust that slightly. So this adds rotate speed. Okay, got it. Oh, and then it progressively gets faster. Okay. So what is the rotate speed? It is 10. So maybe we'll do 5 then, if it's like that. We'll see what that looks like. So rotate speed. It's still going to be pretty fast, but it'll be half as fast. So see what that looks like. We're going to have to adjust the V speed, but I want it to rotate less. Or maybe I can just not have it rotate for a moment. That could also work. It would achieve the same look as what I'm aiming for. Pretty good, pretty good. I like that. Obviously, we're going to change the V speed, so it's not going to fly up like that, but... Okay, so the player seems to disappear, though. We don't want that. Trip timer. Other trip timer. 9:45. Let's look at that and see what the error is. 9:45. What's this here? Oh, sorry. It's because I added a thing here. Okay, and then what we should probably do is if we should probably do master equals no one, and then in the end stop, if the master doesn't exist, instance exist master instance destroy. Okay. So if it does not exist, that's what that exclamation point denotes, then destroy it. And we're going to make sure that the unstable ground actually creates the trip box and sets it as master. Trip box dot master equals ID. Okay. So that should work. Now we go back to the house. So those are deleting when they get off screen instead of piling up infinitely, which we do not want. Let's change this. And then let's do H speed equals image x scale. Yeah, maybe that's what we'll do. We'll give it a little bit of speed. And then I think it stops when it hits the ground. And then once it stops, it should be pretty good. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. Let's see what we're working with. And let's make sure that the player actually halts on the final frame as well. And then we can go from there. Okay. Okay, I died by fire there. Give me a second. Okay, player still dies a little too fast with the 1 V speed, so we should change that. We should do for the house. We'll do 3. We did 5. That was a little excessive, but we can do 3 and see where we're at. Theoretically, it's going to go -3. It's going to go about -2. It'll be like 2.2, and then it'll go down again. So we have like 4 frames, I think. Probably like 5 or 6 frames of it going upwards and then descending on the player. And the player animation for the trip is only, I think, 8 frames or something, so... Okay, I think the player still disappears, though. We can actually make the animation a little faster, too. That's also possible. So, we can do 20 frames a second. Let's try that. I think speeding up the animation a little bit will solve our problem. I just want to see some of the more final frames before the house crushes them. That is my ultimate goal. I might have to redo this texture group, so it might take a second. Okay. 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 Alright, that works pretty good. Yeah, and it depends on where you hit the thing. Should I just do 30 frames a second? It already feels like... No, that might be too fast. What does 25 look like? Oh, I like 25. I do like 25. So if we do that, and then we need to actually make sure that the unstable ground only actually trips the player when they're moving. If their H speed is 0, I do not want them to trip. So that's going to be pretty simple. It's basically just going to be the trip box. First, let's test it. See what 25 looks like. Pretty good. It's kind of dorky, but I like it. I think it'll be good. I'm debating if I want to set the player's Y properly. Honestly, I think it'll be fine. Let's leave it. Don't need to hard code their Y value in. Honestly, we might be able to get away with just making the player trip box a little different. So right now it's pretty wide, so the unstable ground is affecting it. But if we just do something like this, the house can still hit it, but we'll have a little bit of a smaller... Let's try that. Let's try a smaller hitbox. The house should still be able to crush the player, but the alternative is that it won't be shifted upwards because of the unstable ground, thus creating that weird flat horizontal space difference. Yeah, that looks much better. I might actually slow the animation now down too. Let's do that. Let's go back to 15. Yeah, let's do 15. Let's see how that looks. I think, my problem with it was that I wanted it to be faster so you get through more of the animation, but because the box is so big, it was hitting in like weird areas. So it wasn't necessarily conducive to the animation. It just looks strange. Because the unstable ground is actually moving out of the way of the player. So yeah, it looks pretty good. I like it. Perfect. Awesome. Sweet. Now that that's fixed, then we got to make sure that the player only trips when they're moving. So if meeting player, and then we're going to do and obj player dot h speed does not equal 0. So only trip when the player is moving, not when they're still. Okay, and that sort of works with the symbolism level a little bit too. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to make the trip box invisible. We're going to run the level, and we're going to try to beat it. We're going to see how hard it is. I honestly think that the speed at which things are happening is way too fast, personally, but we'll see. So right now it's spawning them. That's money spawn. Yeah, it's only obstacles on the right side right now. We can do obstacles on the left side once the player gets far enough. That might be a little convoluted. Okay, so you gotta actually balance this here. You can't move when these come. Oh, okay. Might need to make that box smaller. Yeah, okay. Let's make this box smaller immediately. I don't like tripping really far out. That's annoying. So we're gonna do probably just I don't want to do this. Maybe like here. Maybe just the apex of it. Yeah. I want some forgiveness and leeway in the player's ability to overcome this. And I want it to also be, they gotta jump over fireballs and they gotta not move when this unstable ground comes up under them. Okay, let's try that. It's a little bit less. 2 pixels on either side. And we'll see where we're at. Is this in an older texture group? Is that why? It's in default. Interesting. Okay. Gotta learn how to beat my own level. Holy shit, it's actually really difficult. Okay. Feels like a, what that geometry game is. I don't know. Geometry Dash, that's what I'm thinking of. Oh man, you cannot jump over it when they're on the hill. You're just completely boned. Okay, let's raise the jump a little bit. I'm assuming the house controls the jump. No? Is it? I thought for sure the house would control the jump. I guess maybe the controller controls the jump. Or no, maybe the house just determines the player modified J speed? Oh, that's what it is. Okay. So it's 3 right now. And I think default jump is like, what is it, 6? 8? Or, oh, J speed is 8. Okay. Let's do 4. So that's half the jump speed. And let's see what that looks like. So we're dropping their speed from 2 to 0.5. Cool. I like the horizontal movement with the house. I feel like that works really well. So now we need to determine how high they're allowed to jump. I want them to be able to clear fireballs that are on top of hills. And you can still jump when the unstable ground happens, so that's not that big a deal right now. Okay, yeah, that's better. It looks more like a game, but... Now, can you just straight up jump over the hills, though? Not really. Oh, you can, kind of. Okay, this actually feels much more doable. Can't totally jump over them. They're kind of tall. Maybe I should lower that distance. Let's lower the trip box down. It's a little too tall. Because I don't mind players being able to jump over the hill either. Whatever game they want to play, I want to support it. But I want it to be a challenge. Oh, not what I wanted. Wait a minute, I lost my train. Let's do this easier. Let's just color it and then remove the color. Actually, I don't like that. This may actually be too tall. This should be actually enough. Let's keep that in mind. Okay. So, easiest way to do this is just do it over again. Oh, some of the frames were big. I missed one of them. Okay, interesting. I guess I'm glad I'm redoing it because that one had the flared edges a little too far. Okay, so trip box, grab it. Where is it at? Okay, let's put it above here for now. Oh wait, it is behind. Okay. Maybe I'll just turn this on. Yeah, that makes it a little bit easier. Okay. Okay. Good. Consistent. Turn that off. Okay. Let's try this again. With a 2 pixel lower height, should be easier to jump. I rounded the corner just a little bit. And then we can start playing with the spawn rate. And then I might do left side spawning as well. We shall see. And this level is pretty much done. So it'll be 12 levels. We need to add sound. Well, it's like 8 levels we need to add sound. I already have a couple of them sounded up. pretty good. Just can't move. Yeah, your jump's gotta be tight. Okay. Oh, okay. Really, it's actually much easier than... It's just if you want to do it faster, you suffer. Because really, the only thing you have to worry about is just making little steady progress in between each of these here. And only move. That's actually pretty difficult. Yeah, really, this level punishes impatience is what it is. Which kind of fits with the idea of housing being as costly as it is too, which is kind of funny. Actually, a little bit difficult to see the fire with all the money on the ground. So I might make the money just like fade. Oh, no, that wouldn't make sense. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. I'll think about it more. Make the money burn from the fire. That's also a good idea. Dude, that's actually an even better idea. I like that, Drew. Good idea. Yeah, I didn't think the fading fit with the idea of the money being like unmoney, like debt or whatever. But it burning, that's a really great idea. Good idea. Okay, let's do that real quick. Let's grab these colors. And the money burn will be relatively simple. Should be a couple frames. So let's grab the color and put it in there. Actually, we can honestly just do it like this and then go from there. So probably be like something like this as it spreads outward and sort of just encompasses erratically the bill. Now we can have the hottest part be the center. So come out that way. So boom. Like that. Okay. Then we continue. Okay. And then we can start removing some. Actually, I can probably make it black and then I can make it fade. Or I can make it a really dark red. Like that, yeah. Then we can show it fading. Make sure this is properly expanding. So there. Okay, and then we can start removing some of the previous stuff. We can expand the burnt parts. Orange can now basically completely overpower that. And we can add red. We can even go outside the bounds a little bit with the yellow and the orange. So like this. Okay, we don't want to look too weird. Maybe just a little bit. Can also keep a little bit of yellow in there too. Okay, and then expand this more. There, and then we can remove some of this interior as it sort of crisply burns away. We can move some of these pixels around to show the fire is sort of just like petering out. Maybe I'll even do that there. And then actually all yellow can turn to orange, all orange can turn to red. I think that was reddish. It's fine. Okay, And then the fire can die out in this frame. And then we can just make it burn to nothing. We can even keep a pixel or two. Whoa, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it, Kuro Fox. Hello, how are you today? Kuro means black, right? So you're Black Fox 2. Welcome. And thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay. Are you in game design? And also, how is your day going? I'm good. Good. Glad to hear it. Are you making a game in Game Maker or something else? All okay. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good myself. I'm currently working on my House of Burden level, which is you have to carry this house and you cannot move, otherwise you trip on these things here, and you have to avoid the fire. But I felt that the debt that was accruing on the ground from these red money things over here that this devil is throwing out, I felt that those were obscuring the fire a little bit. So Drew, Batman Nova, suggested that I make them burn. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to make the fire burn them. And I think that symbolically fits with kind of like this idea of housing being really expensive and cumbersome, and the debt just kind of like burning money. That sort of fits. I enjoy that. So that's what I'm working on currently. We're finishing up this sprite here. So kill that. Get rid of these edges. The game is very good for now. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have you played Jump Off the Bridge? If so, what is your favorite level? I always like asking that question to people. Very good for now. That also sounds apprehensive. I can even expand this out a little bit. Maybe just a bit, and then we can do like 1 pixel over here. It'll be a red one. Looks pretty good. I need more red consistently. Okay. I should maybe I'll make it move. Yeah. Okay, we can obviously slow this down. That's way too fast. Okay. Can even keep some of this red in here a little bit. Maybe that'll make it look, yeah. Okay, actually, for some reason, I don't like this corner breaking here. I don't like that. It's a little too much. Do it at the end. Okay. Looks better. Maybe here. Okay. Pretty good. Alright. So we're going to take this. Try to make a game, and my PC got stolen by the dude delivering it. What? That's crazy. White Death, welcome back. Didn't you say you didn't have a PC? But you bought a PC and some guy took it? Where do you live, man? We gotta go find him. Hopefully you got like a refund or something. For the PC not technically getting delivered or whatever. Romania, okay. That sounds terrible, bro. Did you order like a desktop computer or something and it get taken? That's awful. Is there anything you can do about that? Report it to the police, I guess? Okay, so we're gonna do, so money just adds money, doesn't it? Adds debt, yeah. And removes money from the player, okay. So I probably want to do this with this here. Why do I want to end the money? An RTX 3080. I think the dude faked his profile. Oh, you were trying to buy something from somebody? Gotcha. Yeah, it might have been a fake. Romania is one of the most corrupt places. That sounds really corrupt, dude. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, honestly. Because I remember you saying last time that you were, that you wanted to make a game. But, you needed a computer. So, hopefully you'll find a way to get that computer, I guess. Or at least your money back. Alright. So I have two options. I can either do this in the burner itself, or I can do this in the money. If only you could program on consoles. Yeah, if only. You might be able to if you jailbreak it and put Linux on it. That'd make my life easier. Yeah, maybe just turn your console into a computer, dude. Might be able to do that. Kitchen sink design for me is putting it in the fire, but that seems kind of weird. Yeah, we'll just put it in the fire. Okay, so we're going to do if place meeting x, y on money. Burn money. This is a PS4 Pro from 2016. Not going to have the best stats. Gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah, I guess you got to save up for your next computer then, man. Got to pick up a side job, side hustle. So if meeting it, we're going to grab var money. It's going to equal instance place on money. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do obj. Well, we're going to do money dot burn. Yep, same game I'm making. Working on a new level. We're working on the House of Burden since housing is so expensive. I wanted to make a level about it, and I'm making the money burn first off. It's my next thing I'm working on now. Okay. Burn. So we're gonna make burn equals true. And then we'll do the rest in here. In the money. Okay. So then equals false. And then we're gonna do end step if burn. Make one of the things a tax collector. I kind of got a little guy at the top that's like writing debt for you. Yeah, I actually do have a tax collector idea level as well, but this guy at the top is sort of the arbiter signing contracts and increasing the debt of the house. That's true. Good idea, though. I don't know what that emote is. Pray. Great. Glorious. Then we're going to do SPR on money burn. Yep. So we're going to do if the sprite index does not currently equal burn, because I don't want it to reset the animation every single time. And we're going to burn it. And then else, if it doesn't equal that, then we're going to do, so if image index is greater than or equal to image number -1. So if it's at the end of its animation, then we're just going to destroy the money. So they can still technically pick it up if they're running on it, but that should be good. Money burn. So we can also, if we really want to, add variations of the money burning, but I think it'll be fine for now. Because I'm just trying to do it to get it out of the way anyways, so. Because I don't want your players' legs to be obscured by all the money in front of them. Because I know you can pick it up, but it's still kind of in the way a little bit, so. All right, then we're gonna go to this, and we're gonna see, watch the money burn. Perfect. That works pretty good. Looks like it doesn't hit it all the time, but that's fine. As long as it gets most of it. Honestly, it might be a little bit more realistic that it doesn't hit it all the time. Okay. I'm fine with that for now. Good idea, Drew. Thank you. Okay, let's see if we can actually beat this level now. And then we can adjust the speed of the unstable ground. Okay, I died there. Okay, I'm being too greedy and impatient because I want to. Okay, it's fine. The only thing I can't do is I can't move when the unstable ground happens. I'm trying to jump over it though because I'm trying to speed up the process. I'm trying to speed run my own level. Okay. Oh, yeah, you can't move at all, really. Ugh. That was actually a terrible one for me. I feel like if you jump, you just gotta let go at the right time. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to lower frequency of unstable ground summoning, and then I'll raise the fire. Because the unstable ground prevents movement from my cursory testing there, but fire you can jump over. So I probably want to increase one and lower the other. So how do I have this happening right now? Right now these are both in the same thing. I don't like that. Let's do duplicate event. I'll make this alarm 1. And this is going to be fire. Fire. And then this is going to be unstable ground. Okay. Now we can get rid of this only. Okay. So for unstable ground, we need to get rid of the fire summoning. Okay. Get rid of that. Just ground, and then for this one, we're going to get rid of this here. Sorry, so this is actually for the fire. Yeah. Alright, and then we're going to determine the chances of that happening elsewhere. So we're setting, yeah, we gotta do the same thing. So this is for going to be now an alarm for unstable ground. And this is going to be an alarm for fire. Okay. Okay. Okay, I think that's good. Alright, so now we need to determine the spawn rate. Fire, I am completely happy happening more. I'm not going to do chance. I'm not going to do a 1 in 4 chance. We're just going to base it off timing. And then we're going to go from there. So it sets that, chooses that. Okay, so we're going to do... How often? So the ground is pretty much appearing anywhere from 15 to 30. So about half a second to 1 second. I think I want it to start at 1 second and then go all the way to 2 seconds. And then the fire, it was spawning at the same rate, but 25% of the time, essentially. So I'm going to leave that as half a second and 1 second, and we'll see where we're at. I might lower it even more. Oh, sorry, I gotta make sure the alarm is correct. So this is currently alarm 0. It needs to be alarm 1. Okay, so whenever the alarm runs out, it'll trigger the alarm, and then it'll spawn something. And we're going to roll with that and see how we do. Okay. So, yeah, this is much more manageable. Might be too easy. He says as he dies over and over again. Might be just right. We'll see. Depends how much I want my players to enjoy the beautiful sprite of this house smashing into the players as they trip and fall. Because if I really want them to look at it longer, I can make the level much more difficult. The other things I'm thinking about is we do have some pretty good contrast here. With the blue in the background. It's a little challenging to see the player sometimes, but it's pretty easy to see the giant house on their back, so... We also probably need to do an actual spawn for the fire, so that when the player does reach that point, if they can reach that point, theoretically it's possible. If I'm good enough. Oh man, I got greedy at the last second there, okay. You kind of got to take stretches of fireballs as your opportunity. But I suppose if you're a god gamer, you could just jump over everything. Actually, maybe I'm just a god gamer. Maybe that's what I need to do. Oh, see, the fire got me there. I did it a little too early. Ooh. This is a level of patience and resilience. And I am bad at it. Oh, I wanted that too bad. I might even make the unstable ground sprite a little bit smaller so I can jump over it easier. We'll see how I feel. It's a pretty good level right now. Sometimes I feel I'm like barely hitting it, and that's annoying me a little bit. And although we do have some frustrating levels, that is not my ultimate goal to be unfair. I prefer the rewarding of the capable. I guess there's an argument there if capability is people slogging through something that's difficult and frustrating, but I think generally design that errs on the side of I mean, the problem is if you add more frustrating elements, that makes people want to quit, whereas challenge doesn't necessarily have to be frustrating. It can be difficult, but as long as the player knows what they got to do, then that's good. We are making progress, just terribly, terribly slow. Hope I didn't actually die there. I just preemptively thought I did. Man, dude. I'm about to make these hills not affect you that much just so I can jump over them easier. Oh. Okay. Fire killed me there. Makes sense. Go back to the old strat. Only moving when there is no unstable ground. I guess I can just turn off the fire at a certain point too. Because the unstable ground has a preview animation, but the fire does not. Oh my god, I was getting so good there. I think I like the rate of the unstable ground and the fire. I just might shear up the edges of that trip code. Oof, okay. How hard do I want this level to be is a good question. This is basically like a geometry dash level, but with extra steps. Okay, I really want to get good at jumping over this thing, because I think that's faster. But you gotta jump like the immediate bottom of the thing. Let's try to get better at that. Let's just, I'm not gonna undo hitting right. We're just gonna keep maxing right until I figure out the timing. See, the fire must be up there. Ooh, okay. Okay. Okay, some of these are unlucky. I actually have to let go. This level may be too difficult, but I can always come back later and see how I feel about it. Okay, let's try shearing up the edge of that ground and then see how I feel about it. I think this is just too big. Let's see what this looks like. Yeah. Is just one pixel on either side good, or should I just do the top? We'll do one pixel and we'll see how I feel. I know one pixel isn't like that significant of a change, but I think it will make a difference. Okay, let me turn off this because it's a precise per frame. Let's run it again. I think that'll make it easier to jump off of it. I might even remove the blue on top so that the player doesn't have to do a perfect jump. And then we'll see. Okay. Okay, Let's make sure it still works, though. So if I run over it... Okay, got it. Oh my god, I was so close. Okay, let's try again. Yeah, that one pixel on the edge does make it much more manageable. Because then you don't have to, you can just jump over it. Trying to see if I can just hold spam jump. And the fireballs have a semi-random pace, so it's still challenging. You just have to watch yourself a little bit more with the ground. Yeah, see, I jumped way too early there. That feels more accurate. I obviously could make it very difficult and just make them have to stop, but I like the idea of this alternate solutions. Yeah, I think the argument I was making earlier is when it comes to obscurity, things that obscure how a player is supposed to do something, I don't find that sort of challenging or rewarding. That just increases frustration. So, for example, if you play a game like Cat Mario, and you don't really know what the things that are going to kill you are, sure, that's fun to like some extent to like watch somebody walk into a trap they didn't know was there, but it's not really challenging per se. I mean, the challenging aspect comes from memorizing the entire level and where all the traps are placed and how to interact with it. But seeing somebody like actually know what the obstacle is and then trying to overcome it, I find that challenge much more rewarding and interesting than just pure throw your life at this particular problem type of challenges, which is probably why I don't consider my game necessarily a rage game. It has the instant restart of a rage game, but I don't consider it a rage game because I'm not going in with the ideology of trying to make the player rage or quit playing. I actively want them to continue playing, which is why I diversified the levels so much to be vastly different between each level. And I don't mind punishing them a little bit with like silly jokes and stuff like that, but I try not to overstay my welcome with those sort of things, lest the player become frustrated by the nature of not understanding what the goal is for a particular level. It should be relatively clear. And if it's not clear, they should be able to figure it out. Obviously, it depends on the person. You can't account for everybody. I actually was just watching some new players play the game recently, and when they got to the tree level, where you have to throw axes at the tree to cut down the tree, here, I'll show you the level. When they got to the tree level, they got up to this part, and they didn't know they could throw. So they just kept running each of these into here, which isn't technically a big problem. It still works. The difficulty is that once you get this entire thing down, it'll just collapse on you and kill you. So invariably, by playing this over and over and over again, realizing it seemed kind of impossible, they were like, wait, how do I can't do anything. I can't make the distance. So eventually they had to figure out how to throw. So I added another level here. This is actually a level that purposefully teaches you like how to throw, essentially, because this is an early level, but he wants you to pull weeds out of his garden, and they're just, in order to pick up another weed, you essentially have to clear your hand of the previous weed, or the previous item. So that's a level that'll hopefully solve that problem in the future, as well as I'm introducing ladders with this level. This is an early level. But the only way you can get out of this thing is a pretty small start here. The only way to get out is to realize you can grab the ladder by pressing the button. So it's a way to introduce the obstacle to the player early on enough where there's no threat of anything else happening, that they can just test until they try all their buttons and figure out like, oh, I can jump on this and grab on. So I'm hoping that'll solve some of the problems with the early game stuff. Some people have gotten to the dragon and they forget they can throw, which obviously gives you a little bit more range when you're trying to attack the dragon. So we'll figure that out in due time. And as I watch more and more people play the game, I'll just figure out what works and what doesn't, whether I taught them properly. There isn't really that many ladders in the game, so that's not... Like, the problem is you got to teach them something, and then you have to reinforce that teaching. So I might have to make a couple levels that actually have more ladders in it, or ladder climbable type objects, so that people are like, oh, I can climb that. I forgot. I think most people will look at a ladder and go, oh, I can climb it, but if it's like a different object and they don't assume that they can climb it, then that'll change things. But I also have not played with verticality for jump off the bridge obstacles in a while, so that'll probably be something I'll do. I almost hit restart there. I thought I had it. Okay. This level's giving me a run for my money, but I know it's beatable. The only thing I'm probably going to do is once the player reaches a certain X, I'm going to turn off the fire and probably the ground. Oh my god. I let my finger hang on that just a little too long. Okay, I really do like... I prefer jumping over everything, ultimately. But it makes it a little bit difficult when the fire is on top of the hill, because I don't think you have enough jump height to clear it necessarily. Ooh, I should have jumped earlier. You can clear it, it's just a little tighter. Oh, you can even clear it when the fire is behind it, just slightly. The fire moves faster, so I think I remember. Ooh. Oh man, if I committed a little bit harder. This is just another level that takes practice. Oh man, I was cooking on that one. Okay, too early. That was also too early. I had to anticipate the fireball. Now I have to also consider when I'm testing this, am I going to... What difficulty am I going to consider this level? Because the level in practice is relatively easy. It's probably just a matter of having more patience than I am currently. Because like you could just only move when there's flat ground and nothing there. But it's probably going to take much longer. And if the only thing you're doing is just jumping over fire... I don't know. We also have to consider where we're going to put this level as well. Because difficulty does matter, but if this level's far enough away, then we assume that all the other players have beaten levels before this. Then necessarily, that's it's also a consideration. I'll be honest, right now this level is kind of a pain in the ass. I might make it easier. But that might just be my, like I said, my impatience. It functions how I imagined it would. So, okay, this is a problem here, because once you get to here, the fire just straight up spawns out of thin air. Yeah, and you gotta consider that. Maybe if I just turn off this fire spawn, it'll be fine. Oh man, I was going pretty good with that. You can actually get pretty close on this hill as long as you don't. Oh, that was too early. You have to jump basically when your player is like touching the hill. If they're not touching the hill, you can't jump. Oh, okay. We're pretty good. And my coding for this, I originally considered making it so that the fire and stuff would come from the left-hand side after this point. I might still do that. I don't think I will, though, but I could. That might make it too painful. It's amazing how the idea of simply them not coming towards you so you can jump over them, like having to go the other way, would be kind of obnoxious. Too early, I knew it. At least this is a game where you resolutely feel death. Or this is a level where you resolutely feel the death after playing it for a little bit. Oof, okay. Man, we got playtesting for days, dude. This might actually extend my game's content by a couple hours, I'm gonna be honest. We got a couple hours of content out of this one level here. That way people can't refund it. They get to this level and they got over the 2 hours of gameplay played. Unfortunate. Sucks to suck, but oh my god. Okay, so what we gotta do, we gotta turn off the fire. Fire needs to turn off after a certain point. What point is that gonna be, though? Where was I here? I was like this. Maybe like 170. And then let's try that. Maybe 170. Does that seem fair? Where is it spawning at, actually? It's spawning at 250 minus 20. 250 minus 20. 250 minus 20 is here. So spawning about here. So if you get to like here, about 160, I'm cool with that. Let's do 160, it doesn't spawn. The player exists, and then if, well, we're already in this, we're good. And Fuji player dot x is less than 160. Okay. And we will try that. So it'll only spawn if it's less than 160, and then it's just the unstable ground to deal with, which I think is more fair because it actually has an animation. So if we want to be evil, though, what we could do is we could make it so that after 160, the fire only comes from the left-hand side, which is terrifying, but depends how much content we want. Depends how much I want these people to see my beautiful house I've made. Okay. Oh man, I got some lucky spawns there with the unstable ground taking a while. What? I thought I had that. Oh my god, okay. Okay, so we probably want this to be a little bit less. If the fire is not spawning, the flare is less than 150, honestly. Let's try that. Because it still feels like you don't really have much room to react when it spawns, and I want to make sure the player has a lot of room. Okay. I knew it was too early. This first fireball has a pretty good chance of being on top of the ground. Okay, I did pass the threshold. This does feel... I'm getting pretty good at it, though, so we cannot take my skill entirely into consideration here. It feels easier. And the trip animation should communicate to the player that it's because they're touching the top of the thing. Okay, that's about where it stops. I might make it like 5 pixels sooner. We'll see. I gotta actually beat the level first, which I'm relatively close to doing. Okay, that was too early. This is gonna be a tough one, okay. But if I stop face tanking these, actually I have a pretty good chance of winning. Man, it feels like after I'm dead, the fire stops perfectly, but when I'm alive, the fire doesn't stop when I'm ready for it. Ooh, okay. Thought for sure I cleared that one. Okay, I'm pretty positive the level is completable. I said that for like 30 minutes now. I don't know what I was thinking there. Okay, let's be more careful here. Wait for a good opportunity here. Ooh, okay, that's pretty tough. With how fast the fire is actually spawning. I'm gonna drop it. We'll see where we're... I'm gonna drop it by 5 like I suggested. And we will see. See how I feel about it. Okay, this is the one. Maybe the code doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't work. I feel like 135 is 145. 145 is like here, dog. Let's see something like 130. 130. See how I feel about that. And players less than that. It should work. We'll see. I just don't know if I want that really difficult confrontation at the end of the fire basically being like right at your feet. Okay, I was greedy. I just did not dodge there. That's weird. It's like I must be doing something wrong. Is it just when I die the fire stops? No. It's like the player makes it just within range. I wish a goblin would crush me like that house does. I feel you, Drew, honestly. It's a worldwide emotion. I wish a goblin would crush me like that house does. That would be amazing. Okay, we did it. Okay. I mean, I didn't beat the level, but the fire did actually stop. So that's what I was trying to confirm. So it does actually stop. Just gotta get good. Giantess house goth mommy. That's what we're aiming for. Okay. Just an alt girl with a choker on. I will not add any more comments beyond that list there. Okay. Yeah, honestly, you just gotta temper yourself near the end. I'm prepping for OSRS team. Okay, sweet. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm about to end my thing here. I just want to beat this, really. That's all I'm trying to do is just beat this, and then I'll go make some food and watch you stream for a bit. You don't know how to do these raids. It's a level 10. That's true. It's a level 10. You mean cumulative level 10? Is that what you're saying? I expect you to explain it in thorough detail. Yeah, this level is pretty good. I like how this turned out. I like the house crushing. It's probably my favorite. The symbolism is fun, too. I don't know if it feels really, like, super fun to play. It's kind of like, I feel like my Skinner box bird, actually. That's what it feels like. It's like, oh, you can't jump. You can jump. You can't jump. You can jump. You can jump. You can't. Like, just back and forth. Okay. So this is the part where we're going to be stable. So these kind of always spawn on the same. All we're going to do is just not move. Okay, we did it. Gamers, rise up. Done. Beat it. Alright, that level's a little challenging. I don't know how I feel about it, but fuck it, we're gonna roll with it. If people complain, then
I'll deal with it then. We can always refine something we've done. So let's do the celebratory thing. Celebratory? Might have emphasis on the wrong syllable. So for level select, wherever that is. Level select, come to me. Here it is. We can add another pink level to the list. So where is that dang house? Somewhere. Actually, let's grab the pink while we're at it. This fuchsia color. Where is the house? It do be somewhere. Oh, it's an orange level. I'm not looking for orange. I'm looking for red. Here it is. Boom. So this needs to have sound, and then we'll be good. So right now we have the banana level, which is done. We have the flying buffalo level, which is done. And then we have the imperfect dragon, which needs sound. That's a fun boss fight. We have this, which is not really a boss fight, but kind of just like a long 50-second level to complete, but it's pretty cool. Then we have our sandcastle level, which needs more testing because it's kind of difficult right now, but that's fine. Everything can be changed. Memento Mori needs sound as well. Then we have the self-doubt level. You deal with this guy. He's pretty cool. Then, oh, we have this level. Not that. The arrow level, which is completely done. Already has sound. Sounded up. Pretty cool level. Just gotta dodge all these. If you hit the portal, you get sent back. Then, yeah, we got the duck level done because we programmed that damn snake earlier in the month. I remember that. Okay. And then yeah, then we have this. That should be all 12 levels. Let's count that. 1, 2, 3. Oh, I forgot leapfrog. Did leapfrog too. That was a while ago. Pretty good. You get hit by them, you get farted back to the beginning, basically. That has sound as well. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, this will be 10. And then, yeah, 11 and 12. Okay, pretty good. I actually wonder if I went back and I determined how the average time it took me to do an update and then how many levels I added between updates, how fast, like what my rate of completing a level would be. I'd be very curious to see that. I might have to do that math because it's been like 2.5 years since I've done an update. And so we'll have 12 levels. I'll have to do the new level select stuff for them. It doesn't matter if I don't have the level select immediately for them. I can just do that in the following week and then update it. As long as the stuff is out there, that's cool. So, yeah, and then we'll have portraits. Then we'll have the basics of a level editor. Pretty good. We got 11 days to go. We got some stuff done. I'm pretty happy with it. We will see where we go. I gotta turn off the hard mode stuff as well. But, yeah. We'll deal with that. This shouldn't be white. That should actually be red. I gotta make that red. Let's do that now if I forget about that. Do I have a hard level select somewhere? Easy mode. Journey to the West? Is this called? Huh? I don't. Okay, it's not in that for some reason. I don't know why it wouldn't be. Interesting. Because I got the Journey to the West stuff in here. Oh, I do have a hard level select somewhere. Well, it seems unnecessary. Why don't we just put it here? That makes more sense to me. Okay. And then, yeah, this unselected needs to be red. Technically, this should be red. This should be red. Actually, I don't know why they don't default to the red. There we go. Deep crimson. And this should be red. This should be red. Because these are not done. I don't know what these are, but these aren't done either. Okay. That should be it. Pretty good. Sweet. We'll run that, see what that looks like. I think that's it for me, man. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you, everyone, for coming today. Anyone who spent time watching or listening to the stream, I appreciate you. Good luck on whatever projects you're working on. If you are working on anything, thank you, Anonymous, for the sub to our resident future sergeant firefighter, Niam. And that's sweet. Awesome. Good stuff. All right, everyone. Have a good day. This has been another day of programming. 11 days to go before Christmas. 12 levels done. A basic level editor sketched out. New menus, things. Pretty good. We're making progress. Have a great day, and I will see you tomorrow. I don't know what time. Maybe later in the day. We'll see. But have a good day for now. Peace.